Good evening, everyone, and welcome to 2025. This is the Northborough Select Board meeting of Monday, the 13th of January, 2025. My name is Mitch Cohen, and I chair this merry group, and I will call us to order at 6:32 p.m. We are all in person. Member Mike Tejan isn't here yet, but it is expected any moment now, so we don't have any formal things to do. I will state that we are being recorded, and I will ask for a motion to go into executive session. Would someone care to read that?
Mr. Chair, I move the board vote to enter into executive session pursuant to MGL Chapter 30A, Section 21A, subsection 3, to discuss collective bargaining strategy and negotiations with the firefighter union and draft memorandum of understanding and pursuant to MGL Chapter 30A, subsection 7, to review and consider the executive session meeting minutes from November 18th, 2024. Due to the chair's determination that a discussion regarding these matters in an open session may have a detrimental effect on the litigating and negotiating position of the board.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor, roll call vote.
Aye.
Julianne?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
I also vote aye. The vote is unanimous of members present and in favor. I'm hoping that this executive session won't take too long.
Oh, no,
we
it
may
won't.
be able to resume the public session right at 7 o'clock if all goes smoothly. If not, it'll be soon thereafter, but I think we should hold it and not do it before for anyone waiting to do. And thank you very much. Yep. the agenda was 6:30, but it happens to be exactly 7 o'clock. Welcome back, everyone. We've concluded our executive session and into our regular business for the evening. First item on our agenda, as always, is public comment. Is there anyone who wishes to address the board under public comment, either in person or remotely? Going once.
I think.
Okay, Gib. Okay, didn't see your hand up before. Come on up. You know the drill.
Good evening.
You could identify yourself and
I will.
let us know what's on your mind.
If I can remember. Gib Chase, Juniper Brook Development, Northborough. I know you have White Cliffs on the agenda tonight. I just wanted to remind you all that there's a preservation restriction to that property and to the building, both. And so, and you know, when CCP funds are used to purchase the property, we cannot demolish it or raise it. We can take the kitchen addition off it, I believe, but the main home structure and the property, the deed has protection preservations on that. So any new or thoughts of new buildings, affordable housing, anything is out of, it's a moot point. Back when John Kadir was here, we rejected one proposal for a building down in front, you know, because of that. And so I just wanted to make that known. I wanted all of you to know going forward that there, with the unsettling times and the uncertainties with all the economic conditions and the strain and the stress financially of people throughout the country, including about a good 67% of people are going paycheck to paycheck, if not more. Senior citizens are struggling financially, a lot of financial pressure coming up. I just wanted to remind you there's no economic viability without adequate disposable income. And at the municipal level here, when high-cost capital projects, improvements, increased property taxes, unnecessary, unjustifiable projects and equipment and vehicle expenditures all result in destabilizing a major municipal funding source. And that funding source is household financial security and means. And please take that into consideration going forward. I don't want to just see stuff put on a warrant with 1%, 2% of the population voting for, you know, something like they did on the dog park or the fire station. You know, it's not a question of whether it's needed or not. It's a question of dollars. And you are taking retirement dollars and savings and income and Social Security from people to fund the doggone expenditures here in town and administration, as well as your salaries and pensions and everything else. It's an awkward, debatable type of a system that we have, but that's what we're confronted with. So we have to be pretty resourceful. I also, back in May, and again on September 23rd, brought up about the change in my concern in the chairmanship, and I was kind of hoping that that would take place. I again reiterate the rotation and the reorganization that the charter and the Mass Municipal Association calls for, and I hope you would abide by that. And that is a charter rule, and the charter for both...
Gib, I was unable to find any required rotation in our charter.
What's that?
I was unable to find any requirement for rotation within the charter. The bylaw...
It's in the Mass Municipal. In our charter, it requires organization. Reorganization every year at the 1st of May.
Correct.
To have somebody come in, hopefully not the same one, but you try to...
For that. Let's, after the, I don't want to have a discussion here, but
Okay.
after the last time that you brought this forward, I asked you to email the board with...
Well, I'm recorded on it, and I expect all of you to read the charter, read the Mass Mutual, read the state charter.
Yep.
And, you know, the select board is an important board member, and the finance. The finance and select board are both mentioned in the charter.
All I can say is our town council says we're doing it right.
They're in there. They're in there.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have it in front of me, but we can provide that in the charter where that is, somewhere.
It's on
Doggone
page
it.
25.
I read it. Anyway, thank you. And I don't want to take up any more of your time.
Thanks, good.
Thank you.
Good.
All right.
If you lucky young administrator,
Hey, I'll take young any day. That's great.
you are.
All right, let's,
Take that to bed before reading, but that's background info.
Okay, thanks so much.
Okay.
Thank you.
all right. Is there anyone else that wishes to come forward for public comment before we begin further business? Either in person or remote? Going once, going twice. I will declare public comment closed. Next up, we have approval of meeting minutes of December 16th, 2024. There was a version of this in the packet this afternoon. Linda from the office emailed out some very minor changes to it based on feedback. This is the one that is listed as amended version January 13th, 2025 at 11:45 a.m. Has everyone had a chance to take a look?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I think the changes are fine. Any comments or questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I move the board to approve the meeting minutes from December 16th, 2024 as amended.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Lisa, seconded by a couple of people, but I'll give it to Laura. Any discussion? All those in favor say
Aye.
Aye.
okay. So I see that as unanimous. Meeting minutes are approved. Next up, we have discussion of the Bewalt Trail and support letter. I know Don is here this evening. We received a copy of a presentation within our meeting packet. I think it was the same presentation that was given to the planning board, correct?
Right.
I had a chance to watch that meeting. I don't know if other board members did or not. Do we want to ask Don to quickly walk us through it? I could share my screen to bring it up.
I would like that.
Okay.
I would like that, only because this was all in black and white. It was difficult to,
Yeah, color is needed for,
thank you.
Yep.
I apologize on that, but
That's okay.
Yep, give me just a second to
Thank you for
set this
doing
up as
this.
best I can. Let's see.
while you're getting it up, I'll introduce myself properly. My name is Don Byrne. I'm a resident of Westborough, and I'm here as a private citizen, even though I've had various roles in town and the like.
And how long have you been working on this?
Well, I was first told by a public official that it'll never happen in 1990. So it's been a while. And if you were aware of the Westborough Charm Bracelet, I actually started the Walking Trail Network to gain some experience in trail building and dealing with easements and other stuff so that I could better judge whether or not this was possible. Which, among other things, led to the Northborough Town Trails Committee because they heard we were building a little of the Charm Bracelet in Northborough, up in the state, near the state hospital and some of the Fish and Wildlife land, and a group of people from Northborough wanted to get involved, and the next thing we knew, they had a Trails Committee, and that's how your Trails Committee started. So.
Okay.
Well, thank you for that.
Thank you for persevering. Okay, so I've got, I believe, the first up. It's not going to be quite as clean as a PowerPoint presentation.
No
'cause
problem.
It's a multi-page PDF.
It's basically, this is the Boston-Worcester Airline Trail. There is a couple little pieces in Westborough, one of which is pictured there in the snow. If you go to the, this is the map showing the area, and the red line, which it's a little hard to see the red because of just all the colors and the like, is what Bewalt, with all of its, what I call spurs, which are little things that go over to parks or the like, and two branches, one of which comes up through, from the state hospital up through Northborough to Berlin, and the other one goes from Marlborough up to, or goes from Southborough up to Marlborough and will connect to the Assabet River Rail Trail. Those are branches or pieces that logically made sense because we were already dealing with the organizations or otherwise, and to make it a more usable trail for everyone. I wasn't going to ask Northborough to do a lot of work on a trail that was 1 mile down in the southwest corner, and especially because there was a crying need to be able to connect up to the Mass Central Rail Trail in Berlin, which is the biggest project in the state. It's going to be 105 miles from Boston to Northampton,
It's this blue line across here.
and 60% of it is done right now, and they're looking to try to finish the rest of it in the next 7 years. And that will include going through a tunnel in Clinton and potentially long-term a trestle more than about 100 feet over the water that comes out from the dam in Clinton to connect to the other side, which is how the railroad used to go across.
Exciting. So if you're looking now at Westboro through Northborough, you're saying that where the
I'm
hospital
actually
used
trying to
be-
get all the towns active. I was doing this for a while, and I had some health problems and slowed down for about 3 years. And I'm now trying to get the towns interested again. And part of this is we have an opportunity right now because there's a group of people in the state that are trying to see if we can get MWRA to be more flexible on trails. And there's actually going to be a meeting with some representatives to the Secretary of the EOEA about MWRA and shared use paths. So this is a perfect time to try to see if Northborough is interested, and I'm just presenting the idea. You folk, make the decision, and I'll present a little bit about how you can do it, hopefully with not a lot of cost, which, because I understand from the
Yes.
gentleman and everyone, the concerns of cost.
Sure.
So,
Pardon me. While we're on the map, do we want to talk about the 3 different segments that are Northborough related?
there's really 2 segments in Northborough. There's a little piece, include a little piece down there, which the next picture shows. That piece is along Route 9, and they call the Route 9 corridor. And the next one is the MWRA corridor because it's all on an MWRA road or the MWRA aqueduct. So if you can go to the next slide.
Sure.
Can I just ask a quick
Sure.
question? Is this all going to be paved?
Paved or stone dust.
Okay.
This is, again, that's a decision that each community needs to make. Your trail in Northborough, for the most part, is going to be fairly flat. The piece here along Route 9, there is the part going in from Route 20 up to Shrewsbury is up a grade. It's in the old trolley right-of-way, and I suspect most people have never been there, but there is actually, you're down in a cut through a hillside and woods, and you have no clue that there's a major road, Route 9, just a little to the south of you, and Northborough Crossing with all the stores, and Avalon just to the north of you, and you think you're in the deepest woods. Basically, this piece of the trail is about a mile long. It would require 4 agreements. The piece is private ownership from Route 20 to Shrewsbury. Is actually owned by LeBeau, the former selectman. I think he's no longer a selectman in Shrewsbury, but he's been a selectman over the years and ran Shrewsbury Nursery. Then you have MassDOT, which you would need an agreement with to use their driveway and hopefully cross their yard or use a little of their work yard to get out to 9. And then there's the restaurant and the hotel, basically. And that would get you to the connection that Westborough's going to build in front of Walmart.
And when they're doing that, do you have an idea of what it's going to look like? Is it going to be close to the road, close to those new
Well,
sidewalks?
there's a couple opportunities. You could either do it close to the road, or depending on working with MassDOT, and I will say that MassDOT has recently identified that the Route 9 corridor from Worcester east is extremely deficient on active transportation, bicycle and pedestrian usage. You can't, most people are not going to walk Route 9 if there is even a shoulder, or ride a bike or other things. And so they actually have that as a high priority now to do that. And at the meeting that they announced that this was going on, I asked the question if local communities have plans for trails or other things that could replace, like trying to just build a sidewalk right along Route 9, will MassDOT support it? And they said absolutely. So
That's great.
this is, there's a number of things happening here, which is why I've been starting to try to get this going again. Yeah. And so if the best solution would be to actually put a tunnel under, or a bridge on the street, I forget the little street down there that comes in by the hotel.
Lawrence.
Lawrence, yeah. And then you'd be well away from the road, and actually you'd be right on the old trolley line the whole way through the route. But it's more engineering, more money, and it's, again, something that has to be decided. And as we go through this, I'll explain some approaches to get you some more information so you can maybe make a better, intelligent decision without hopefully having to spend any money to get to that point, which is an offer I'm making to people. If you go to the next one, it's the MWRA corridor. Among other things, it connects all your commercial, industrial type connections down, the ones down by Marlborough, the ones on Barefoot Road, and the ones just north of there. As you're going into Berlin, there's, the warehousing area and the like. Right. All those would be connected, which provides some nice commuting opportunities. So hopefully we get a few cars off the road, and most of us, I think, would be happy even if we got a very few, but some improvements, as well as providing you a nice linear path, or linear park is really what you should think of it. And if you just think of the part with the aqueduct, that's 70 acres of land that potentially could be opened up. And yes, you can walk it right now. I know you have a walking trail on it and the like, but moms aren't going to go out there with their strollers. They aren't going to let their under 5-year-olds run around and the like, but you could actually turn it into a real park-like structure, a place that you could have a tot lot if you wanted to do other things. I think about rail trails each year because at New Year's, Holliston and now Framingham and Natick both have walks early on New Year's Eve with food and fire pits and just activities. It's a great meeting place and a great friendly place. Yes, I'm a hiker, and so I built the hiking trails, and I love your trails as well as, and Mount Pitska is great, but it would be also nice to have a place that's just green grass and something that a stroller could go on, or when I was fighting my health problems, I was using a walker, and no, I'm not going to go up Mount Pitska with a walker, but I've been happy to, and so this would be a handicap accessible 4-mile-long trail along the aqueduct. Mm-hmm. And to me, that's a wonderful opportunity for so many things. It also connects to Algonquin High School, so it provides a safe route to school. It connects a number of your ball fields. It comes down to the beach in Westboro that is shared between the towns. It's got a lot of benefits. And so I look at this as, I'm not just trying to build a path to be point A to point B. It's got to be something that people want to use for many reasons.
Well, I have to agree with you. I mean, I've experienced the one that starts in Milford, or on the way to Milford, and then goes back to Hopkinton and Holliston.
Yeah.
It's wonderful. I mean, and then the one from Marlborough to Hudson. So it'd be great to have it all connected.
And when you think about it, Hopkinton, Ashland, Marlborough, Berlin, Hudson, Worcester, they're all having trails. We're sort of a little gap. Northborough, Westboro, Southboro, and Shrewsbury are sort of a little void in that. And this provides a connection. And in the end, we'll probably connect at least six different other shared use paths, which gives you an incredible connection. I showed to a head of a foundation that at some point the main route along Route 9 with the connections that are available would actually connect every single MBTA station from Worcester to Natick, with a couple being off, on other paths. So you could literally hop on a weekend where you can take your bike, you could hop on your bike, ride somewhere, and then get on the train to get most of the way back if you're tired or something.
Yeah, no, it's great. It's great.
Yeah, a couple of points added. We had, back just a few weeks ago, an economic development forum of several town boards and committees came together and had a presentation from CMRPC, and one of the things they brought up were the economic benefits of having trails through town, particularly interconnected trails.
And, I mean, one of the things that when this trail is, if this trail is planned, that we should be looking at are ways to provide connections to downtown and to where your businesses are as much as possible and make it so it's friendly. But this is the core, and it's sort of like Northborough evolved because the Boston Post Road went through Northborough hundreds of years ago and built up around this. Well, this is the shared use path of Boston Post Road for your community.
Okay. Would you like me to continue to the next slide?
Next slide. Okay. This is sort of what Westboro has been doing, and I think is a good approach. Is they did a feasibility study, and I will actually go into more detail on this, but if you use a Mass Trails grant, I have dealt with Mass Trails. In fact, I helped them with their, I'm on their committee that runs the conference every 2 years and the like, and so I know all these people. I've offered to do some other volunteer labor because I wrote the text for the Westboro feasibility study and did all the calculations on things like cost and usage and things like that. And basically, that would provide the match for the Northborough has a 20% match is required for the grant. Well, I'd more than cover the 20% match, and you wouldn't have to spend any money or raise any appropriate. It would only be town engineering and planning and other people having to obviously be involved because in the end it's their responsibility and we want their input. Mm-hmm. But it would be a way to potentially get a feasibility study without spending money.
Can I ask a quick question? Yeah. So it sounds like you've been in touch with the Northborough Trails Committee. Would this require a lot of additional volunteer work on behalf of our committees and towns?
No, it wouldn't require a lot of, to get the feasibility study at least, would not require that. It would require your conservation agent because we have to worry about any wetlands issues and we want to be able to say, yes, there's a way to make it work with the wetlands issues. Yes, there's a way where we have to cross a road or something that it's going to impact DPW and the town engineers. You have several where the road is high up above the aqueduct. Do you want to put in a bridge? What's that, is that something that DPW and engineering are going to go, absolutely not, or is it something, it's this type of input, and the planner, just in general, wait a minute, we're thinking, or there's a proposal for a possible development down this road. Can we look at, is there a way to get a side path or something to get that connected? These are the type of inputs you want to work with, and
So at this point, have they, is this something that those people are okay with?
I haven't
Or is
brought it
that
up.
where we're trying to decide,
I haven't brought it up to those,
okay,
Right. Yeah, we're not there yet.
sorry.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that, it is a financial decision, even though, and it's
Time.
something that typically a mass trails grant of this nature would be the type that would be applied for by the select board, or at least the select board is signing off, so that's, or the planning board, but those are the two most common ones to sign off on these things. So it would be appropriate, I wanted you folks aware, and if the town is interested in going further, I'm offering an opportunity.
Right.
You may also decide you want to bring, Don Byrne was the guy who proposed all this stuff, has been working 30 years. We want to have somebody totally independent and whatever, and spend a little more money and be absolutely sure. And I have no problem with that. And I'd still be willing to volunteer my time to give my data dump of what I know and the fact that I've walked the whole trail. I've been on every single inch in Northborough, and in fact, every single inch that was on that map and pass on what I was thinking, and they can go, you're out of your mind,
Well, I think I'm certainly a proponent of this. It's interesting because today I attended the Transportation Grants for Mass DOT and Mass Trails Funding Opportunities webinar. So it just happened that you're here and I saw that. So I'm sure that there's some things there that are available.
I mean, the thing is now with the Mass Trails funding, I'll go on after, you can actually do even the Mass Trails for doing the 25% design. Now there you will have to make a 20% match, but since they'll give you up to $500,000 for a design project, by splitting the trail into pieces, you can stay in that budget, and you may have to contribute up to $100,000 or whatever, but that's a lot less money than, taking on a major project on your own.
We're really looking at this, I suspect, as two projects. One is the little sliver in the southwest corner
Right.
of town that would connect Westboro to Shrewsbury.
Yeah.
And then the other is the MWRA
Right.
trail, which is much larger and more complicated.
Right.
And we have to work in cooperation with MWRA on that.
And-
So it's probably two different projects with two different timelines.
Or at least two different projects, or you may want to split the MWRA into pieces even, to keep it under the budget so that you're spending your chunk, but you're getting 5 times that amount from the state,
Okay.
Which is, to me is, or 4 times the amount. That's still, that to me is a pretty good deal, and the state is very committed to this. So, and once you have 25% design, you can get on the Transportation Improvement Project Fund, and they have money in that fund that is there for shared use paths. And again, the state will be paying for the construction. Also, by doing it that way, the state pays for the maintenance. And when I did the feasibility study for Westboro, I used, Mass Trails has a spreadsheet that'll gives you a rough calculation of what's it going to cost, a conservative rough calculation of what's it going to cost to build this thing. And Rails to Trails actually has a spreadsheet that gives you the calculations for the yearly maintenance, the small stuff, but still it becomes a budget, it's a line item in your budget, what it's going to cost and it breaks it down into things that you can say, wait a minute, we can get volunteers to do this, or get a group and volunteers to go out and weed whack the grass near the trail, or pick up the trash, or do a lot of the simple, things. And again, I broke that all down for Westboro in the report.
So, mentioning Westboro, they are, if I understand you correctly, through the easement phase and considering construction at this point?
They are actually starting construction this year.
Okay.
They're going to build the piece from Walmart to the MBTA station, which is part of the reason I think you folks should consider building the piece along Route 9. I know it's not as attractive.
Because Walmart's right here.
What?
Is it going to go under Route 9?
No, it's going to go across Route 9. They're improving the intersection. They're going to
Is there gonna be
redo
a
the whole
crosswalk
lights and the intersection at Route 9 Otis.
That's a scary intersection.
So,
For cars and people.
so Walmart, I brought the Route 9 corridor slide back up, and Walmart is here, correct?
Yeah.
Yep. There too, yeah.
And basically, we're going to swing up the hill behind what was Berkshire Bank and McDonald's, and then switch back down the hill to the corner of 9 and Otis.
Yep.
And then on the west side of Otis Street, they're building what's called a side path. It's going to be a 10-foot wide paved path all the way down the Smith Valve, and we're looking at long-term, or Westboro is looking long-term, I shouldn't say we accepted, I'm a resident.
Right, so Westboro would end where this red line here would begin. So our project for this phase would be to continue that path that they're already starting to work on and go over to the Shrewsbury line, correct?
Right, it may not go full way to the end, but there would be a very short piece and the type of thing that would be, if you folks were building, I fully suspect that there'd be coming to terms,
Yeah,
I'm not speaking for
figure out where
town in any way, shape, or form, but,
want it to be one trail.
And for that piece that Westboro is in construction phase for, how much of that is being paid for by grants, state funding? How much of that is coming from Westboro?
right now, 100% grants, state funding for construction. So that's, I'm not saying, and I can't predict the future, and, we all know politics changes and other things, but shared use paths are very popular and are still very popular. I know, for instance, that Governor Abbott of the state of Texas tried to stop them and thought he had his legislature, and it was overruled by a 95% vote of the legislature against him. So
I know that.
and they're the oil state where you think cars.
I know the Healy administration recently, came out not just in favor of trails, but particularly accessible trails.
Right.
And you mentioned that key word when you were talking about
Yes,
this.
this would all be accessible.
Yeah.
And
I know we have in the state, a legislative trails caucus.
yes,
And I believe Representative Kate Donahue, who represents
Yes.
most of Northborough and most of Westboro,
Right.
is on that caucus.
Kate has been a friend of mine for over 25 years, and yes.
Was this approved? I'm sorry, I didn't see the planning board meeting. Did the planning board support this?
What?
Our planning board, yes.
Our planning board.
Yeah, our
Yes,
planning board.
your planning board supported it
We have a letter.
and sent a letter.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and sent a letter to Westboro. The letter was partially because as the guy who's trying to get all the towns, and now actually found out I'm going to be talking to the city of Worcester, because they actually have on their long-term possible plans, they have a list of possible future plans. They said extending the B-Wald, and I had no idea that, I knew they were aware because it goes to their town line, but
And where is Shrewsbury in this process?
Shrewsbury is still sort of on the fence in some ways.
Okay.
But they recently were redoing their DPW yard, And their Trails Committee pointed out to them that the Bewalt, the old Boston Worcester right-of-way, went right through part of where they were working, and they did modify the DPW plans to make sure that they left the space. That doesn't mean that there's any real commitment, but it's at least, to me, saying they're thinking that this might be something for the future. And I'm trying to talk to them about the same idea of looking at the feasibility study, and if it's in the next few years while I'm still kicking, I used to have a little, when I first started this thing, I had a lot darker hair and a lot more of it.
It'll be worth it. It'll be worth it.
Yes,
It'll be
yes.
nice to have the ability, our trails are one of the best assets in our community. And I think adding that ability for transportation, for exercise, there's so many benefits to it. So I'm
Yeah,
glad there's
and I
been
mean-
so much support.
And the part along Route 9 would give you a chance to have Avalon, and also if you get the piece built, just south of Route 9 along 20, MassDOT is currently putting out design for, and then construction to build on either side of Route 20 a shared use path. Instead of a sidewalk, it's going to be a side path that's going to be 10 feet wide, bicyclable, to get you down to, for a good ways down that road. And then it's going to be a separated bike trail that gets you down to Lake Street in Shrewsbury.
Wow.
It's going to be so much safer.
Yeah, and so it would be a safe route to there.
Yeah.
And that's where their MBTA zoning is, so that, and those people are going to want to shop, and if they aren't, I find that high-density housing, a lot of people don't have cars, or there's one car per household or family, and the ability to get on a bike and get to a T station, get up to a shopping thing. So for me, one of the logical things to do on the Route 9 corridor is to have a link that gets up to the Northborough crossing, so you encourage people to shop there. And with Shrewsbury having lost Stop and Shop, all the apartments on the east side of Shrewsbury are actually going to be easier for them to get to Northborough crossing the shop, and it goes right by those apartments, or very close to those apartments. So there's a lot of economic benefit
Yes.
for your community, and
So,
but
easements?
Yeah, easements. You'd have to deal with DCR, MWRA, and MassDOT. All the easements you need are commercial property, and I can say that I've had incredibly good luck in talking to commercial property, both for the Charm Bracelet, and I was doing some easement work years ago on the Bewalt. And so it's not like you're going to a homeowner, which even if the homeowner is in favor of trails, wait a minute, is this going to impact my home value, and this is my biggest piece of equity? But a business owner can look at it and say, wait a minute, it brings people to my business. It's a totally different viewpoint, and so I think you're in pretty reasonably good shape for the easements. And you only have, as I say, 7 agreements. Westboro has 36.
And they were able to get them all.
They haven't gotten them all, but they've been almost all of the ones that they've approached have been positive. So, I mean, that to me is, they worked a lot with the planning board worked a lot with people. We actually changed our zoning because, like most commercial zoning, there's a certain amount of open space that has to be maintained. And we said a trail, even if it's a paved trail, is still part of that open space, so that they aren't going to lose it. Because there was a concern of,
Legitimate.
of you're putting a 10-foot or 12-foot wide piece of asphalt down maybe on my property. Does that mean I can't build as big a building or something? And no, it was relatively easy through our town meeting to get support for that. As I say, there's a group of us working to try to convince MWRA to allow on the aqueducts, and I'm not going to say that Northborough wants this until I hear from Northborough that they want it. I'm very cautious when I'm trying to represent anybody, that I make sure I have approval before.
Sure. So a little recent history that I know you are aware of. We approached, I think it may have been Lori approached
Yeah.
MWRA maybe 2 years ago and asked in a general sense, hey, could we put down
Right.
a stone dust trail? And they were reluctant
Yeah.
to say yes. That needs to be addressed, and we need to work carefully with them.
Right, and I can say I've been there before because 25 years ago, when they started building the filtration plant in your town, they had committed to Sudbury Valley trustees to keep the trail that went from Cedar Hill in Northborough to Sawwink in Northborough. And then they redigged in 2000. Well, SVT didn't know what to do, and I had a contact with Bob Duran's chief of staff, so I went to Bob Durand, who was the equivalent of the head of EOEA back then. And it took 5 years of negotiations and a lot of my time, but myself and a representative from SVT negotiated the rights for the trail system we have through that plant at that time, including the trails on Walnut Hill. So that was, and again, it's one of these ones of, in a lot of cases, it's going out to them and saying, okay, you're willing to let people walk across the bridge, for instance, since you now have permission to do stuff. What's the difference going up the next mile?
That was the second piece that I was going to mention, is we're working very actively with the MWRA and getting permission for that to become part of the walking trail is across the Aqueduct Bridge. It's not there yet, there's still a lot left, but that, I am hopeful that opens the door to continued conversations.
I remember that I've been helping all the towns in the area, or any town that asked for help, and Southborough was struggling, and they'd heard I started talking to them, the BRA, and they said, will you come out with us? We think we can get a quarter mile of trail. They had a reservoir trail along the ball fields that went from Parkerville Road to 85, but no further. And so I went out there, we walked the quarter mile with their engineers, and they said, yeah, there's no problem with that. I said, I'm confused. If there's no problem with that, this next section looks exactly the same as what you have. And Southborough sent me a note after it was all over, because they said, we didn't have a clue, because MWRA had agreed to a quarter of a mile in principle if it was okay. And I got them to sign off at the end of the day, and 1 3/4 miles of trail.
I love that. I love that area and that trail. It's beautiful.
And, partially using my experience from negotiating, I worked for a number of companies, and then had my own one-man consulting firm for the last 25 years of my career. And just being reasonable but firm, you can.
So we have in our packet a draft letter, essentially mirroring what our planning board sent to Westboro, that we would consider doing that, and I think that would state that the board is supportive of moving forward, with some aspects of the trails, recognizing that there's an easy one and a hard one.
Oh, yeah.
And I think Westboro is most interested in the easy one at this point, because they're going to be building right up to where that one would start.
And especially since, as I say, the MassDOT is starting to look at how do we improve pedestrian and bicycle access along Route 9. Well, here's a easy way to get a nice connection. And
So if we endorse that letter, or something like it, that would give not only the communication to Westboro that we were interested in doing this, but I think would give direction to Stephanie, and through Stephanie, probably to Lori, to go ahead and start working on the mechanics of feasibility and everything else for each of these two.
Right, and could do either 2 separate feasibility studies or 1 feasibility study, whichever was.
Yeah, I would look towards Stephanie and your staff to figure that out.
Yeah, we can
But,
Have that conversation
And
after
as I
today.
say, I have talked to I actually talked to Mass Trails and presented this idea of that if I did the labor, and they said, I said, I had worked with an engineering firm, Waterman Design, who has done work in Northborough and elsewhere, and they said that they would pay me, quote, pay me $100 an hour for my work, because they said it was worth at least $100 an hour. And Mass Trails agreed that that was quite reasonable. Well, I did 1,000 hours of work doing the feasibility study. I gave 1,000 hours of free, and it was, at the time I was phasing out of my regular work, which was more like $250 an hour.
Well, every time you say the word free, our
Yeah,
ears,
but,
our ears get more excited.
I'm saying free,
Yeah.
and you'd obviously have to have somebody do the engineering work and other things, and,
Yeah.
but I could do a lot of the writing and the things like, okay, there are well-known calculations in papers on how to say, there's N number of people around here. That means roughly this number of users. That number of users means if you look in Connecticut each year puts out information on how much an average user on their trails spends for different types of trails even. So you can sort of go, this is a trail that's similar to where Northborough is going to be, and the average user is spending $16. A visitor who comes is spending $16 a day per person, or if they're doing a long stretch of trail, more, but it's called 16, which was what it was back in 2018, times a fair number of users. That looks like a pretty nice.
Good deal.
Good. Laura?
I think this sounds like a great idea. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
definitely
I
am
agree.
as well.
Did
I
you
agree.
want
Hudson
me
has really made a.
And it doesn't commit you to anything. It just simply says, if you do the feasibility study, then you know, and it also means when you do go for getting a 25% design and take it out, you've got something that's more concrete, so that it reduces your costs, because it has not maybe the full perfect engineering details that MassDOT requires, but here's where the trail will be. Yes, we've addressed the question of there's a wetland over here or other things, and so it means that they have a lot easier path to get going. And
So,
yeah.
I appreciate we've taken a lot of your time. We've got a few.
Not a problem.
we have a
I don't
few
want to
other
take
things.
too much of your time.
I think from what the smiles I'm seeing around the board, I think we're kind of sold. I want to make sure of, so a question for you, Stephanie. So we have a draft motion in here to send the letter to Westboro. Do you need anything additional from us to, I'm seeing Lori raise her hand. Okay, so maybe Lori will answer for you. I was going to ask, do you want anything additional from us now to sort of begin the process from your end of working on the feasibility?
So I attended the same workshop today.
Oh, did you? You were one of the 200 of us?
I think Dana is running over probably to turn on your microphone. If that doesn't work,
You can come over and sit next to me, Lori, and I'll give you this one.
You want me to do that? Would you?
yeah, that one's better.
Or I can move over one, and I know this one works.
So when I attended the workshop today, I saw that the deadline is 3 weeks from today.
Okay.
For the grant application for Mass Trails. So it would be crunch to get anything good to go, because of course I would need a cost estimate from an engineering firm and a scope of work, and then of course support letters, and so if that's something, I'd have to set aside other work that I am working on in order to make this happen in such a short turnaround time. So I'm happy to do that if that's what you want me to work on.
Okay. Does that work for you, Steph?
Well, I don't know if it does.
Right, yeah, no, I appreciate that. I think our decision would be, yes, do it, then I would trust you to work out the when and the how.
Yeah.
That's not
And is
really our
it
job.
both sections, or are we focusing on one or the other?
I would, from my perspective, I would be fine, given that it's probably a lot simpler to work on the Route 9 process first.
My issue, though, with the Route 9 piece, or not issue, but question, is that it seems really good for Shrewsbury and Westboro, but how much of that actually benefits Northborough, connecting those two
Get people
pieces?
to stop at Northborough Crossing.
I love
Really,
the
though?
idea.
'Cause
I
it
love the
doesn't-
idea of a safe crossing.
Yeah,
Because I
I
do
agree.
bike a lot through that area.
I mean, if you want to delay a year to next year, which would make it easier, I make the following offers. Number one, I'd be happy to do a presentation for the community so that people were aware. This is one of the things Westboro didn't do the best of recently, and that's part of what has triggered some of my going out. And the other thing, and do a walk or two on the aqueduct, to talk to people about what the advantages and what could be done and where the challenges are. And the other thing is there is, as I say, in the next few months, next couple months, there's going to be a meeting with the Secretary of the EOEA, which might move MWRA. So if you felt like this is too much of a crunch now, if you want to wait a year, there's a possibility you could go for a grant for the whole feasibility for both pieces and everything. And that's fine too. I'm just offering that there's good alternatives both ways, and
I mean, this is something we fully support. It's just.
yeah,
it's
no,
brand
this
new
is a short time, and I,
Yeah.
wasn't necessarily
are
expecting you to
working,
do it this year, so.
Yeah, Lori's working with the MWRA right now, and there's a lot of hurdles.
It's been very, very slow
So,
and
yeah,
painful.
MWRA is,
So the timeline of 3 weeks,
Yeah, for the MWRA one, I appreciate it's longer, it's
Yeah.
more complicated, it's working with MWRA, there are just a lot of pieces. If there was a way of getting the shorter span, the Route 9 connection there, I really like the idea. We have talked in general about collaborating with our neighbors in other towns, and this is one way that we can begin to do that and have those conversations. Westboro is already ahead of us with this. We move it along, and maybe then Shrewsbury will pick up their end of it after they see us begin to get going. I don't want to say, yes, do it, no, do it. That's your conversation.
I mean, we could see how far we could get, and it's dependent upon other organizations giving us items that are requested by the grant. But, so all I could say is we can look at it, we can do the best we can to meet the deadline.
yeah.
And other than
It's
that-
very short, and a few days before the deadline, I will become unavailable, the 28th of the month, I'll become unavailable after that for a bit.
Okay.
But otherwise, I can make myself available for any questions or other things to help, you get there, since
Okay.
I'm
So
the
we-
knowledgeable person of the trail.
Are we, as a board, supportive of the idea of, at least for the short term, thinking about them as two separate trails and seeing if there's a way to go ahead and apply for the grant for the shorter span first? Understanding there's no way we could get the work done in 3 weeks for the whole thing.
Where does the shorter span connect up to Avalon? Because I don't see it on the
It
specific.
doesn't really
line.
connect, it comes across 20, and we'll have to look at how to get a connection into Avalon as part of,
There are sidewalks all the way down from Avalon
yeah.
down to
So
the
you-
intersection.
so you could go over to the road and,
Yep.
put
And I think
bike
there's
lanes
even
on
a
the road
sidewalk
for,
that runs a little bit
or
down toward
advisory, that road is wide enough, you could probably put a 4-foot bike lane on either side, but again, it's something that has to be looked at. I haven't gone out there or used GIS to,
Be careful if you do.
I also do GIS, so do a lot of this.
So excuse me,
Question,
is,
the easement, was the easement extinguished for the trolley line?
Oh, yeah.
Or does it exist?
The trolley line went out actually disappeared in our area. It'll, in another 6 years, it'll be 100 years since it was gone. And the governor of the state of Massachusetts stood up and said the Route 9's is such a great road that it'll take care of all the traffic needs for the next 100 years. Well, I don't think he made it. And that was just a lot older Route 9.
So I think what we would need is we would need the sign off from all of those property owners, because we wouldn't even be able to go on their properties without trespassing unless they signed off on this project. So we would
So there
need
are
letters from them.
3 property owners for this
Yeah.
one? Okay.
Yeah, plus Mass Dot, but I know back with Kathy, when she was here, we actually walked in with CMRPC and walked all the way into, and looked around, the yard, and sort of said, yeah, if we wanted to punch a bridge, that would be where we'd want to do it. Unfortunately, there was no building in front of it or anything that was, whatever, and so it was possibly viable, though they might not want the public riding right through their yard. It's something that had to be explored. But they were, it was a friendly conversation, and the rest is more or less on the parking lots, which, but you do want to work with the landowners, because you don't want surprises, because
Yep.
that's never good.
Yeah.
can I ask if this letter can be used, or we have to change it now? Because it's, in behalf of Northborough, very interested in moving forward with a feasibility study. And the study will help us refine the proposed route. Now, is it the feasibility study part of what you're going to Mass Trails with?
That would be what they would go for Mass Trails for, would be to get a feasibility if you wanted to do rush.
Right. So if we didn't make it for this round, it would be a year from now.
Okay, but we could still do some other things, could we not? During the year, we talked about this last year, I'm pretty sure, of doing something to this, because Westboro had come last year to talk about it.
We could do the background work, like we could reach out to all the property owners, see how they feel about it, if they would allow access to their properties for a feasibility study. We could, of course, I've never walked it myself, we'd have to reach out to an engineer for quotes. So there is legwork. Of course, we need support letters.
Right.
We could also, instead of going to Mass Trails for the feasibility study, we could apply to a CPA, CPC for CPA funds instead. So that's another avenue.
And I think there was something about matching. They talked about matching grants. In today's, that whatever CPA might have done, they would match a certain
Yes.
point. So I think it's better to start now than to wait a year, personally. I think a year is going to be, but just start. It doesn't mean we're going to,
It's
Yeah.
if you're going for Mass Trails, it's a rush, and that,
Well, yeah, just with the 3-week deadline, if it was.
I've done.
that's why you could
Just
just
because you have so
CPC. much
much background work to submit
Yeah.
for your grant, that's the problem.
I've worked on 4 Mass Trails grants, or the recreational trails before that type of thing, and
So you
it
could
takes
help with
time, and
How many do they reject, Mass Trails? What's their approval rejection rate?
it so much depends on the year, and, how well you write the grant. And your case, you've got a good story, including that since Avalon, you've got an environmental justice type community, and that's where some of your MBTA stuff, I believe, is down. Is that is
Yes.
down in that
Near
area.
there, yeah. Would you be, would you be helping us write some of that grant?
I could try.
I heard that you're very good at this.
I'm not super good at it. I actually have a secret weapon that a good friend of mine is actually a professional grant writer and teaches grant writing.
Wow, that's
So,
so good. Okay, I like that.
So,
but she's also very busy, and if I walked into and said, "Hey, can you drop everything for the next 3 weeks because it would really help Northborough," I don't think I'd get a good answer. You'd probably hear it from
You
here.
had asked a question about whether we would need to change the letter. The way that it was written is, we are interested in moving forward
Right.
with it, which I think is soft enough that it doesn't specifically say, we are starting one now. We're going to start the process of applying for grants to do a feasibility study on really one or more legs of.
Yeah, that was my point.
So I
Yeah.
think this is hopefully
So
okay.
if we're okay with this,
Yeah.
I think we're okay to move on and either vote on it or,
Yeah,
You want me to make a motion?
that would be great.
Mr. Chair, I move the board vote to send a letter of support for the Bee Walt Trail to the town of Westboro.
Second,
Motion made by Laura, seconded by Julianne. Any other discussion?
yes.
Yes.
I would like our letter to also reflect gratitude to Mr. Byrne as the
yes.
planning board.
well, I like that.
Excellent.
And can I also ask if we could put our names down like planning did
Yeah. On,
in
sorry.
the letter?
On the letter, if you have
Yeah.
all 5 of our board
All
members?
5 of our board members.
Absolutely.
I think it makes
Yeah.
it look like we're more,
Yep. Yeah, this was drafted by the office. Oh, and Westboro Select Board.
I know, we just got that. We were gonna go
Okay.
in and
I saw that the other day, so, okay, good.
stir.
All right.
I assure you, any correspondence I do, I have my wife read because,
Okay. So is everyone okay with that? Anybody have anything else we wanted to bring up? Steph, this also gives you the go-ahead to start working with Lori and figure out the process for
Yes.
applying for the grants,
As
things
long as
like that.
everyone knows, there is no guarantee that,
no.
okay.
Appreciate it. Okay.
Or I'm gonna give you
Yes,
one of those.
yep. I just want to make sure we were all good and ready to vote.
got all the trails
All those
I've
in
helped
favor
build
say.
in.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed? Any abstentions? Unanimous?
Somebody with
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very
very
much.
much.
So did she.
All right. Don, thank you so much for coming in and spending some good time with us.
I am happy to, and as I say, in any way that I can help. It was only for a year, but I was a resident of Northborough many years ago.
Excellent. Well, welcome back.
Thank
The
you.
best year of
And-
your life, right?
And Lori, thank you very much
Thank you.
for chiming in and jumping up. All right, moving right along, we have discussion. Speaking of Lori, Whitecliff, CPC, continued discussion with Lori Connors. John, if you are interested in joining us, you can. If you want to stay in the audience, you can. That's, okay, great. All right, I can stop sharing my screen. Switch back over here. Okay. So at our December meeting, we had some discussion about Whitecliffs, and we asked Stephanie to go ahead and propose some options, some general options. And I know you, the CPC, wants to know, hey, should we, meaning you, support the grant, the application that Lori put forward to do design work to remove the additions? So that's sort of generating the discussion today, and you wanted some commitment from us that we actually still care about Whitecliffs, which I think we do, but we can confirm that during this discussion. Stephanie, do you want to walk us through your memo at all?
Well, the memo was pretty much the history of White Cliffs, going back all the way to 2014, so I don't know if you want me to do that, but do you want me to carry on
Yeah,
to
yeah,
future
yes.
considerations? Okay, so a lot of these options were brought to me One was establish a focus group, form a focus group consisting of 5 to 7 individuals with diverse expertise and perspectives to explore potential options for the property. The group's primary objective would be to work within the limitations imposed by historic funding requirements, ensuring that all options align with the guidelines for preservation and appropriate use. The focus group would also be tasked with identifying viable alternatives, conducting research or similar projects, and consulting with relevant stakeholders. Following the group's initial findings, a public input session would be conducted to engage residents and gather feedback on proposed options. This feedback would help refine the details and prepare a more comprehensive and specific request for proposal that would ultimately be issued for bids. And idea number 2, develop a makerspace in public meeting rooms. Consider repurposing the property to include a makerspace and public meeting rooms. The makerspace would provide a creative environment where residents can collaborate, innovate, and work on projects using shared tools and resources. Public meeting rooms would serve as flexible spaces for community gatherings, workshops, and other civic activities. To guide this initiative, refer to Weston Art and Innovation Center as a potential model. I think I gave you handouts, right?
Did you give
It's the hard copy of, yes, exactly. And then there's like a harder copy of
Oh, okay.
yeah,
This one here.
exactly, yep. This facility combines art, tech, and community programming in a historic building, effectively balancing modern functionality with historic preservation. Attachments with details about Weston model are in front of you. Third suggestion, disposition of White Cliffs. The disposition of White Cliffs was a topic of discussion during a November 2023 meeting of the Community Preservation Act with Stuart Saganor, Executive Director of Community Preservation Coalition. For the sale of property to proceed, strict legal and procedural requirements as outlined in MGL 184, Section 32 must be followed. These include sale at fair market value. The property must be sold at a price that reflects its fair market value, ensuring compliance with CPA guidelines. Approval by Mass Historical Commission. Any potential sale must receive approval from the Massachusetts Historical Commission to ensure that historic preservation standards are upheld. And finally, proceeds to CPA fund. All proceeds from the sale must be deposited into the CPA fund, which supports projects that preserve historic resources, create affordable housing, and develop recreational facilities. Gosh, I have a lot of I'll summarize. Preservation and future use, preserve and maintain the building in its current state until it becomes viable to relocate town hall operations to the site, which was one idea. Another idea is issue a revised RFP, just put another RFP out. Let's see what happens. Maybe this market will indicate different uses. Another one is affordable housing with mixed use. Another idea is luxury housing. Another idea is event space, botanical garden, community space, and combination of town hall and event space. And I should let you know that I am meeting with somebody. This person has 3 successful venues, and they're interested in maybe potentially creating a event space. I don't know the particulars until I meet with the person on whether or not they are interested in leasing or if they outright want to purchase the property. I met with another couple that they're looking for housing for autistic and mentally challenged individuals that are 21 and older, because a lot of the parents grow old and they can't take care of the kids anymore. So Lori Connors and I discussed other sites in town after we went through. They were looking at White Cliffs. We said, okay, this is ballpark what it would take to be able to renovate for what they were looking at. And there was a property for sale on King Street a while ago. It was already set up for assisted living, so we kind of rerouted them in that direction. I'm not sure what happened. And then there was another school. It's called Celebrate, and it has anywhere from preschool to elementary age kids, and it's a day program, and they were interested in 10,000 square feet of space with a play area outside. So, and I think it's because it's been so popular in the media that there's been a lot of attention, which is great, right? So with that, we have a lot of ideas, but we just need to move forward. And I should point out that CPC, the two questions they have, number one, does the select board support the town retaining ownership of the mansion? That's one big question. And number two, that they would like it presented as phase one if we decided to take off the additions of the larger project, where phase two would be the actual demolition and buttoning up work to be presented at town meeting 2026. And with that, turn it over.
Sure. So I think, if I could just ask a simple question, a number of these, issue a revised RFP, I think most of those would probably fall under that category.
Right.
That if we were to particularly sell the property.
Correct.
Or give it away, or anything else, for any of those uses, that would be within an RFP process.
Right.
Okay.
And the grant for the design work, that's 88,000, right?
So actually, I'm revising the grant application because the original scope of work did not include abatement of hazardous materials. So we got another quote, just shy of $6,000 for that work. So I am asking for an increase in the overall budget. I believe I put it in the cover letter. So now it would be a total of $93,940. So that would be their scope of work, $5,885 plus a 15% contingency above and beyond the $87,170, which also includes a 15% contingency.
You said 939?
So the total would be $93,940.
Okay, thank you.
And then, if we were to get that grant, what was the last estimate to do the actual work of removal of that structure and then to seal that piece of the building?
So I asked, so there are actually 3 additions. So one of them, the one on the west side of the building, is the most complicated because it involves removing an entire side of the second floor. So that one drives up the price quite a bit. So I reached out to the original folks who wrote the assessment and reuse report, and they said that they would suggest increasing the price by 35%. Very rough, very back of the envelope, but they think a ballpark would be $613,440 to do the actual demolition work.
On one addition.
On all the additions.
Oh,
So, and that would be buttoning up the building in a temporary way, which would largely involve lots of plywood.
Would that be safe for the building?
So they would design it in such a way that it would be good for 5 to 10 years. And then it would start to wear down.
Yeah.
So something would have to be done within that period of time.
I would expect that anyway.
Yeah.
It's taken way too long now to not do anything.
I have a third rail question to ask Stephanie. We talked about it, I think Mike may have brought it up, I don't remember who did. All of these options are on the assumption that we obey what the directive from town meeting was, obey the CPC funding, and preserve the building, and put the historic deed restriction that has to be on there with that funding. Occasionally we get questions of, what do we want to do if we just drop it? I do not support that. I look at it as town meeting has directed us to do this, we should do this, but I think it's viable for us to at least have the answer to the question of what happens if town meeting, let's say we present this to town meeting, and town meeting says, no, we don't want to spend any more money on White Cliffs. You know, and we do a couple of RFPs and no one comes in, and then we're left with a building that's not in good shape and getting worse. And some future board decides, hey, you know, we want to look at the option of disposing of it in a permanent and awful way.
Selling or demolishing it?
Demolishing.
Oh.
And I want to be very clear, I don't support that. Town meeting has directed us to save it. It's a question we get asked. And we've heard, like anecdotally, oh, we would have to have a special act of the legislature, you know, pass a law allowing us to do it or something like that. I think that's a question that's worth asking so that we have it as an answer, not an answer to do, but an answer so we can.
That's how this whole problem got started. They were going to demolish it.
Right, yeah, no, exactly. And town meeting said, save it, we will save it.
Right.
That is our job. But it is viable to I at least want to have the right legal answer for it rather than guessing.
Correct. Do you know, Lori, offhand?
No, we've discussed what would be done, like what if we were to sell it without the preservation restriction?
I don't think you
can. Never have we asked the question, what if we actively demolish the building ourselves?
Or either one. I mean, it really just the question of, I am certain we would have to repay the CPC, but even then, we would not, and I'll repeat again for the third time, I don't want to do that. But I think it is improper for us to not have an answer to that question.
Frankly, there's a lot of people in town who wouldn't mind that option.
I know that.
And to your point, we kind of need an answer to that.
As part of that answer, I would like the cost of the demolition. Sometimes these things are very
Right.
expensive to demolish. But every time I talk to somebody about this building in other organizations, the question is, do you have a preservation status on the building?
Preservation status on the building. When we were at town meeting, if you read the article, I wish I had it with me, it says to preserve. So that's another caveat, because we're coming up with all of these ideas, but it would have to be brought forth again to town meeting if we.
I think almost any use one way or the other would require town meeting approval. If it is building for our own use, we would need to appropriate funds. If it is selling it or giving it away to somebody else, town meeting would have to give us the authorization to do that, which we do not have. So anything is going to have to go back to town meeting.
So, Steph, are you saying that because we bought it with CPA funds, we automatically have a preservation restriction on it?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Historic.
Absolutely, even though it
Because I
hasn't been
spoke
done.
to someone at Community Preservation Coalition today, and that was a question the person asked me. Do we have a preservation?
Yes, we have a historic preservation restriction.
If I could bring some clarity.
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
please do. Yeah.
So, Julianne, the question came up before the CPC a year ago. And we had the director of the Community Preservation Coalition, Stuart Saganor, attending, giving us an overview. And he provided some clarity on the question. So generally speaking, if the town voted to buy the property with CPA funds, you are, when you buy real property with CPA funds, be it land or building, the preservation restriction is required. So even though we have not written it and filled it out and filed it, it is implied in our action. So it's there, if you will, in the same way. To the question that Mitch is bringing up, in the blow-up scenario, I'll call it, if you were to bring back to town meeting, which I believe would be the mechanism, for instance, here's a warrant, we want the town to vote on whether we're keeping it or not. You could, in theory, people could vote against it. You would have to sell the building, but the funds would need to be returned to the CPA revenues, and you would need the permission of Mass Historic Commission, if I'm understanding it correctly. I don't think it's so much a legislative action, but some action would need to approve that. We don't even know if that would be approved. The town voted to buy it, preserve it, and it was expecting that. So it would be a pretty dramatic action to reverse it. but it isn't impossible. If you know, in theory, if you did do that, you could sell it to someone else. They, in turn, could decide to do whatever they want with the property because the historic preservation restriction would no longer apply, since you had now sold it back and gave back the CPA money. So that's the only mechanism by which you can get out of the obligation to
Of the
preserve the
preservation.
building.
Which would be a vote at town meeting.
Right.
Well, and there's some other things involved too,
Now, to
because it
your-
wasn't
to-
just
to-
the land,
to-
it wasn't just the building, it was the land as well.
True that.
So the land is also something that we were supposed to keep.
It's
So
part
we
of the
keep-
property.
It's part of the, yeah. I mean, the first thing says that to preserve the land and the buildings thereon. So it's not as simple as, well, we just get rid of the building, because the land
Sure,
should be preserved. I mean, we've already spent the money on the land for preservation, we should use the land,
correct.
not for
I-
building
I'm
necessarily.
Really just giving clarity on, you know, what would be the mechanism if one was to try that path.
Okay, and then they also have to come out with fair market value. It's not going to be a giveaway.
Right.
And so, if I may, this gets to the root of the question that the CPC is bringing back to this board. At this point, you essentially have the authority to bring it in whatever direction you feel the town might want to vote on. Hearing some of that, hearing the questions that have come up a little bit, that's where our committee wanted to say, look, we should, as a town, through the board, decide we're committing to the preservation of the building still. It's been implied that we will since the town meeting vote. If the answer to that is yes, and I don't know how the board arrives at that message, I'm hearing a few individually, but if the board arrives at that message, then we agree. If we're preserving it, then the application before us for the architectural services, if you will, to determine how to demolish the additions and how to button up the building, we agree that that's a necessary step toward preservation. Not only that, if you take it a little further, it not only preserves it, but it shows that the town is committing to the preservation of the mansion itself and staging it, if you will, for whatever that next step is. An RFP could produce another buyer who would be obligated to the historic preservation, but we, the town, are committing to the, you know, this initial step to the preservation of the building, which we have done nothing on to date. We've essentially been, you know, trying to maintain it with the funds that remained from original town meeting vote.
Right. I know a new roof was put on most of the building
Correct.
when we originally acquired it.
And so if
Other
you don't
than that,
mind,
there's not a lot.
to continue, if the support is to continue with preservation, and therefore we're supporting the application for what we want to consider the first phase, we believe it's fair to bring to the town what is the action plan, what does it involve? Because we know that the study is to determine the actual cost and scope of work, recognizing that. And in many cases, the CPC has agreed that we should bring projects in phases. We've done it with the dog park, we've done it with the aqueduct that came up before, still in limbo, you know, we've done it with other things. It makes sense fiscally to know what you're spending, but we believe we should at least bring the estimate to town meeting to say that this is the first phase, and if you agree, we're going to get the real cost, but it's going to be approximately X. Yep. It's going to be this 600,000. In my opinion, we should add a considerable amount to that, so that we're saying to the town, it is $800,000 to $1 million potentially to do this phase. But then let them know that the mechanism to fund it is CPA revenue. That is the beauty of the position that we're in, is that year over year, we're bringing in over $1 million in CPA revenue that we have the right to use on this project. Other than our minimum 10% requirement to the other two core areas of affordable housing and open space, in theory, the remainder of our funding can go towards White Cliffs restoration. So if you look at it on the long view, even without a clear plan for exactly what the use is going to be or what the result of an RFP would be, we could come back to town meeting in subsequent years and say, now that we've buttoned it up, you know, here's the next step toward preservation. It might be a portion of the building. It might be something on the exterior. It could be one room or one portion, but at least you'd come back again and say, whether we need to study again what it costs or not, it's phase 3 or it's phase 4. And we continue to do that with CPA funding. So if the town sees that vision and they see that we have a mechanism to afford it, rather than going to the town and asking for another major tax increase, as we've done recently, I think it makes it more amenable, and the town sees some hope that it has a purpose.
Right. And if, as we improve the building, it improves the likelihood, I hope, of finding a use.
Sure.
Whether it be through an RFP process or municipal use or anything else. These things need to get done.
Right.
The more we can use CPA funds instead of traditional tax funds to do that, and the less on that, then it becomes more saleable, more marketable, or more usable.
And furthermore, remember that CPA funds can be borrowed against, which is exactly how we purchased White Cliffs. We're now in year 8, I think, of the payments. And so that's another part of the picture. We're coming to town meeting. Oh, by the way, you got to pay the bill again, and what's going on with it. So we really feel strongly we'd like to present this overall vision if we can get the board's support.
I have a question for John. So if one of the possibilities is to sell the property, and that money, I understand, goes back into the CPA funds, how do we make sure that the buyer preserves the building and the property as is?
Well, if you rescind the obligation for the historic restoration by returning CPA funds, then the buyer no longer has that obligation. They're just like the first buyer that came in 2016 that wanted to demolish it and make it some kind of commercial property. So that's what you're referring to. If we instead commit to the restoration of it, and in theory, an RFP produces a buyer who wants to do something with it, the buyer is obligated to the historic preservation portion. Still, they might take on more of the cost than we would, which was, the offer you had a year and a half ago. There could be another offer of another, scope, but, we might find a participant that minimizes the town's cost.
Okay,
But the preservation restriction would remain, as it does today.
okay.
And could you explain again, when you were going over the $1 million per year of CPA revenues, where does that come from and how much does the town contribute to that per year?
The town has a 1.5% surcharge on property tax. That's what generates the year-over-year revenue, which is over $800,000 for the current fiscal year estimate. The state then matches that in varying percentage. It has gone from 100% to 20% over the years. The average is around 35%. So we increase that by X, and that's where you end up with 1.1 to 1.2 million this year. Our year-over-year tax surcharge revenue has increased, so in turn, our potential state match has increased. And that's essentially your source. Occasionally, the state legislature has approved additional funding to the state fund, which in turn goes out to the towns. They did so 2 years ago. It resulted in a higher match than expected. That could occur again.
Okay.
And so it's from that pot each year, by law, that the committee and the town must dedicate at least 10% to affordable housing, at least 10% to open space, and at least 10% to historic preservation. If you commit the other 2 10s, then you potentially have 80% for historic preservation.
And the estimate of $613,440, that would be we'd be asking the town if we got there for spending CPA funds on that?
I would expect that would be a CPA article, and that we would be able to cover it with CPA revenue and possibly any reserves that we have remaining, which, today the reserves are high. If all of the articles we have before us go before town meeting, including one excellent major affordable housing project, then, the reserve, so to speak, the unreserved account that's not in any of the categories, would probably end up in the $500,000 area.
And then what was the minimum that we have to do towards CPA? Is that the 1.5 we're doing now, or?
Correct.
Okay.
That's in the town's.
And that generates about the 800. Okay.
Correct.
Can I ask you, I did attend the CPC meeting. How does the general board feel about saving the White Cliffs or not?
The board is unanimous in its support to save White Cliffs and continue the mission that we brought to town meeting in 2016.
Thank you. I think it's important to remember when we went to town meeting what the plan was, instead of looking for every plan we can to find a way to get rid of it. I think we've not done our due diligence. We haven't done anything on the building for many years, not because of people's lack of interest, but because we had an administrator who didn't want to do anything to the building. And I think it's shows what has happened to it. But it was, and I remember I remarked it listening to Andy Clark talk about it, and the fact that this was supposed to be, it's a gem for the community. There's a lot of economic development that can come from having this sort of product. Weddings and event space can be put up there and bring a lot of people in. There's a lot of history with this. There's not a lot of homes that are left like this. And I think that we have to start looking at the real enhanced side of what we did back then, and hopefully there will be a good feeling with the same people that did want it, because it was voted for by quite a lot more than I think you said when they voted on it at town meeting. And I think, with what Steph's offering, I think establishing a focus group with some new people, with some new vision and new excitement for it, would help to get this started and to get some information that everybody wants.
You mentioned the vision of a gem in a community space and economic benefit and so on. And I just want to mention, if you don't mind, an excellent reference that we shouldn't ignore is the Asa Water Mansion in Milford, which our town planner is extremely familiar with. And it's a different circumstance, but it's not that different. They created a resource that is so well used in town. A lawyer was educating me about how many different purposes it has. It generates revenue through people using it as event space. It provides the community with meeting space and so on. And again, not an identical situation, did not need the level of restoration that this does, but the vision is similar. And so if we look at that kind of thing, to me, that's what the voters envisioned at the time. The mission was only save it from demolition, try to preserve what it was. Many remember using the event space and so on. It's not an easy task to make it identical to that. It's not economically viable by all those measures, but it doesn't mean that it couldn't happen in some regard and still serve the town in other ways. So I am encouraging our committee to look forward. It's too easy to go back in hindsight and say we should have, could have, done it. But I'm encouraging everybody to see what can we do now. This is the first step, this application. And as I say, I really feel I'd like to bring to the town, if I'm the one presenting it, that it's the first of the second phase, and that this is how we need to position the building for the next phase of restoration.
I agree with you. I think it's great, and I think that even the focus group can start making something up once they get put together, perhaps put slides together that might be helpful for your presentation of some visions of what it could do.
Always appreciate help with slides.
Yeah, I think something like, oh, sorry, go ahead, Mike.
No, there's a lot of ideas and a lot of good ideas that building could be. But it's been 8 years, and, economically, the market hasn't bared that out. Nobody wanted that building. It was going to get torn down. It wasn't economically viable or whatever word you want to use then, and it hasn't gotten better with age. We could do whatever we want in that building, but it's going to cost us. And it's going to cost, you're on the hook if you even get the grant for, say, $600,000. I've seen estimates range from 7, 8, 9 million to do work within that building. We're going to be approaching our limits in 2030. At the economic summit, I don't know if we can afford this. I understand what town meeting voted for in 2016. I'll reiterate, that was a long time ago. We can't undo the past. I have a lot of concerns about still spending money now to preserve the building for some future use that we would love to see, but is never going to happen. And if we can go out to RFP and get somebody who will make an offer, you know, maybe it's a Metro West type company, but whatever, the number of units or the housing is more amenable to the town or the neighborhood or something else. If somebody comes and offers what we're dreaming about and they'll do it, then that's awesome. But it hasn't happened in 8 years. I don't know if spending another $600,000, granted out of CPA funds, but a good chunk of those funds are our tax dollars. You know, if we're not spending those funds on that, we could spend it on something else.
Only one of those 4 items.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So that's, you know, that's my overall concern, is that we have these ideas of it can be a shared space, and it can be this, and it can be that. The market is not, it's not bearing that. And you know, I think unfortunately we're kind of in a place where we need to take what we can get, or at least take what we can get to town meeting and let town meeting make that decision. And if it's another sort of failed round of RFPs, you know, I would hate to say it, but we need to seriously maybe consider rescinding that preservation order, or at least we wouldn't rescind it, we would let the town decide. You know, I think, again, all options have to be discussed and on the table.
I think we have. I think we have discussed them, and I think I would like to
Well,
see
yeah,
us
we're doing
move
right now.
forward and start with a focus group and find out what the focus group can bring forward. It's no cost.
So maybe to make Mike feel a little better, the
But it's all
CPA,
about, really.
you're talking
Yeah.
about funding the design and potentially the demolition with CPA funds, but aren't there some grants that we could have? No?
So I did apply for the underutilized properties grant, and they said that it would be a great project if it was going to be affordable housing or some sort of commercial use that resulted in jobs. So if Metro West were to get the property, then chances are they would be very competitive for funding under the underutilized properties grant program. But if the town doesn't have a specific use, and chances are it's going to be some sort of administrative use, like a town hall, then the town is not eligible.
But if it's a event space, it's commercial. If it's event space, there is jobs. It doesn't have to be affordable housing. And they've given you both options.
But
So
who's
if-
coming to us offering event space? Like, we don't
If
have
we-
these offers. We could go out, maybe get them now, maybe you're right, maybe we'll get them now because of the publicity around the building. That would be great, and I think we should RFP out and try and get all those options. I just have my concerns and doubts.
Well, again, we have the CPC that's in favor of it. We have, I'm sure there's a few board members that are in favor of it. I think that we have to start to make some attempt. And Steph's gone through a lot of work to try to get this part done, and I'm going to go back to saying we should establish a focus group. With the focus group, you can make some decisions, not just, I don't like it and we should stop.
If I may, one way to look at this, Michael, would be that if you would agree to our presenting to the town, we need the architectural services amount. That would lead us to the demolition and buttoning up, which regardless of all, if we or some other entity is focused on restoring the mansion, is a needed preparation step. If we bring that total plan to the town, as well as Lisa suggests, some thoughts on what the board, what the town believes we could move forward with, then we're asking the town to vote, are you willing to commit this next step to see what we can get out of it via RFP or other focus group ideas? And Stephanie's reporting different entities showing interest again. We don't know. It's easy to say that it will never happen. I don't think that's fair. I think if we allow as a whole to have some vision that if we commit to the path of restoration, there may be other grants that come around, other resources that, we can explore. So it's kind of a fork in the road to me, and I get where you're coming from. But if we brought it to the town in this cycle, it might produce a bit of a referendum on people's appetite to move forward. And I'm sure there'd be some discussion on the floor.
And also, I just wanted to point out that in every example, so the RFP that was issued a couple of years ago, the additions come off in every circumstance. So I think doing that project, even if the end goal is to sell the property, would position White Cliffs in a better way. So right now, you go up there, I know you all have been up there very recently, and you see how horrendous those additions are. They make the building look terrible on 3 sides. So just removing those additions is going to make the building, the historic portion of the mansion, more attractive to buyers, I believe. So even if Metro West ultimately comes in, they may say, hey, thanks for doing some of the work for us. Instead of asking you for $800,000 in CPA money, now we'll just take it off your hands for free, or we'll pay you $1 and we won't ask you for anything else. So that is a possibility, I believe. And, removal of those additions is going to preserve the interior of the historic mansion. So right now we have the mold and mildew problem. So it will stop that from getting worse, ideally. And so you're taking the main cause of harm away from the mansion, which also I think would be good for future prospects should there be sale.
And
Sorry, go ahead.
didn't you say that, well, I think even John had said, once those additions are removed, the historic preservation, it's not restriction, what is it called? You can put it on the historic register?
Oh.
Because we weren't able to do that because of those being on there. And once they're on that, then there's other grants that may be available or other avenues that may be available to pay for some of the other things that are going on.
It's possible.
So it's not just one and only. And I think that's, that's part of the reason why even the White Cliffs Committee in the beginning had agreed to doing that. So
I mentioned earlier, town meeting said, buy it for historic preservation. I look at that as a mandate to us. And what you're proposing here is similar to what I would have hoped would have happened back in 2018 or so, after we took ownership and did a little inventory on it. It took a different path. That path is in the past. But this is where we are. I think we should together say, yes, we're going to continue to preserve it. Yes, we're going to go ahead and, I would like to send a letter to your committee saying, please go ahead and support this grant application, bring it forward to town meeting. If town meeting turns it down, I think we have an answer. And that is an opportunity that we may have to take a different route. Meanwhile, I agree with Lisa. I think we should form a focus group. We should look at doing an RFP. We should do a few things in parallel. And my assumption is, based on what you're saying, is if we fund this, the architect part in April, and then in 6 months we do an RFP and we found somebody that we think is compatible with it, that we want to, in one way, shape, or form, convey the building with the historic restriction in place to somebody else, I think you're okay with that, correct?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And then we wouldn't even then have to come back necessarily next year with that, if that rosy timeline happens to take place.
No, there's no doubt the existence of the CPC is to execute the Community Preservation Act in Northborough. And so we we have an obligation to the three core areas, and in this case, we brought to the town a huge opportunity in the historic preservation category, and so, there's no dissension on the committee about the mission to maintain that wish. There's a lot of dissension on how to get there. And,
Yeah. I think there are almost unlimited ideas.
There's a lot of reiteration of the past, and that's
Yeah.
why
Yeah.
it gets us nowhere
Yep.
unless we agree today that we can try to move the question forward.
Right. I think there are a lot of ways that White Cliffs can be saved. We have to find the one that actually works.
Right. And it's,
So what do you need from us? Do you need kind of a promise that the select board will, that first of all, we commit to preserving the building, but that we will, in the next however many months, move forward with getting some ideas to bring to town?
the committee's question is simpler. It's two parts that you mentioned the first one. If the board as a whole or as a majority did not intend to support the town keeping it, and that was the message you wanted to send, then there'd be no need to remove the additions or anything else. But assuming the board does support at least that part, then we're asking you for your support. We would in turn support the application, just for the architectural services. But we're asking your support for us to present to town the larger plan, which is, if that comes back with X numbers, we're going to be bringing back phase 2 to you or something like that at the next town meeting, which we expect CPA revenues will fund, but it's going to be this number. And if you agree with that plan so that the town sees more of a vision, then we would collaborate. We can bring to you what the proposed warrant presentation is. We could bring to you, and with town staff's help, let's take the number from DPW, perhaps our own DPW personnel or others collaborate and say, this really ought to be, 10% should be added to it, whatever it is. But I'd like to be able to put up on a slide that we believe this is going to be something like X to do that, the demolition work. But it's really, you're not just demolishing, you're preparing the building for preservation, which is part of what's allowed under CPA funding. And so that's what we're really after, is you're okay with us making that type of presentation. We're not asking for the application to be rewritten per se, because it would be difficult to say, we want X, and that's where the phased approach is more effective, because we come back knowing from an engineering firm, this is what you need to budget for. And then we massage that number and what we come back to town meeting with. But as long as we could estimate it, that's really the question we have. Are you okay with that presentation?
Yes.
Yes.
I think so. We put a motion on here to send a letter of support to the CPC supporting the White Cliffs application. I think if we support that, that gives you the indication of where we want to go with this, but it does not preclude us from going forward with other avenues that preserves the building.
Of course not. Right.
Excellent. Good. So I would love to have at an upcoming meeting a discussion about what a focus group might look like, and what an RFP might look like, whether we want to do that in parallel or maybe after the focus group. What is the timeline for a focus group? I think we all hope and expect that it would be a much faster timeline than what we went through with the prior committee. A lot of that was slowed down due to COVID. I can appreciate that, and we will not have another pandemic. Okay. So we will move forward quickly.
And we do have a lot of information. We have all the
Yeah.
DBVW stuff. So would you like a motion?
I would love the motion.
I move the board vote to send a letter of support for the White Cliffs project to the Community Preservation Committee.
Is there a second?
Did you want
Second.
Okay. Motion made by Juliette, seconded by
My
Lisa.
only second all year. All right, I do want to make one little quick.
Any other
Yeah,
comments?
one little
questions?
comment.
Sure.
The focus group is 100% behind it. I like what she's already written here. I would like to put our energy into the focus group and what we can do before the RFP idea comes up, because that could be the conclusion of what the focus group does, but I don't think that's a parallel that's necessary. So, and I do think that with a group of new blue eyes and people with a little bit of spark in those eyes, that we may have something nice to look at,
We'd be forming a committee for that purpose.
right?
And I'd just like to say, I think it's great that CPC is kind of nudging us to think about this project
Nudge.
more clearly now.
Way to put it. Gentle.
Excellent. All right, if there are no other comments, all those in favor, say.
Aye.
Aye.
If there are any opposed?
No.
Okay, 4 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
Thanks for your
Thank you
support.
very much, John. Thank you very much for joining us.
Appreciate the time.
Great.
Questions for that.
Okay, and Laura, you're sticking around for one more item. Discussion, consideration of acceptance of a gift donation of property located at 0 Northgate Road. We like gifts.
Yes. So we were approached a few months ago by a woman who inherited this parcel when her mother passed away. It's a tiny parcel. I don't know if you can bring up the map.
That's exactly what I'm planning.
I appreciate that. I'm having a hard time seeing the printouts. Can't see the street names.
Now I wear my glasses when I.
Okay, here we go.
Thank you.
Maybe you can pull it down a little bit so you can see more. Yeah. So there, at this parcel, of course, directly abuts Northgate. It's point.
And this is Davis, for those who can't see the street names. This is Davis over here, and this is Northgate, and this blue is the parcel.
By Southwest Cutoff, or is that the Davis on the other side?
Just by
Cutoff right
Southwest
here.
Cutoff.
Oh, okay.
That's right here.
Okay.
Yeah, so there is a tremendous amount of town-owned land in this area. And the parcel that is directly to the south of this one is already owned by the Conservation Commission. So next to that parcel, on the right-hand side, is another parcel of town-owned land, but that's just general government. So that's
over
3.67
here.
acres, yeah, that parcel right there. And then across the road, you can see that there is 2 more parcels of land, actually 3, owned by the DPW, general government, and also the Housing Authority owns a couple of houses off of Otis. So we thought that this would be a no-brainer, that the town would be interested in this parcel. You can see that there is a large wetland to the south, so owning this parcel would help safeguard that wetland and just provide us with some additional open space. So she is willing to donate this to the town for free. I did think it would be appropriate for the town to pay for the preparation of the deed and the title certification, so I did offer that and told her that, of course, I'd have to get permission from the selectmen in order to commit fully to that action. So we did already go to the Conservation Commission. So what I am proposing is that this property be deeded through the Mass General Law, Chapter 40, I think it's
Section 8C?
Section 8C, which allows the town to acquire property without going to town meeting. So the Conservation Commission would be able to accept ownership of the parcel, but they are only able to do so if the Select Board authorizes them to do so. So I'm not asking for a formal motion right now. What I'm asking for from you is kind of your feelings about accepting this land, and whether you would be willing to authorize town council to drop the deed and do the title certification, and then I'll come back to you for once the deed is prepared, so you will be able to see the deed, and then you will be able to vote at that time on authorizing the Conservation Commission to accept the land.
So today we could have a motion to support the idea. Next time there would be the motion to actually accept it.
You got it.
Okay, questions?
Did Mrs. Moran or Ms. Moran have any wishes that she expressed for keeping the land as open space in perpetuity, or?
Well, she approached the town, so it is a wooded parcel. Her parents owned the parcel for many, many years, I think going back to the subdivision, when the subdivision was initially approved. So she just thought, since it was never developed, that that would make the most sense, is to deed it to the town, since it's already abuts conservation land.
Laura?
Are there any plans to put trails back there? Because I know there's a big area, and I think that's going to connect to, I can't remember the property. Is there state cleanup of an area back there that,
Oh.
do you remember
Yeah,
last year?
That's on the other, that's on Route,
Doesn't this
that's on
connect through to that parcel though?
that's on the other side of Southwest Cutoff, like,
But I thought that's in the in-between, if we look at the map.
The Short Davis side. Because I went to that meeting.
Yeah,
So that's the Short Davis side. This is the Long Davis side.
but doesn't this connect into, I guess I'm confused, but where's, no, I'm sorry. So is this an area that we could put trails in, or would there be other activities that would this allow us access to more utilization of that land?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. It provides more frontage, certainly. I'd have to ask the Conservation Commission. So Vinnie Vignali, of course, he works with the Conservation Commission as well as the Trails Committee. So I could speak to him tomorrow and get back to you. I'm not sure if there have been any discussions about establishing trails there, but he would know if there were.
I just think with the conversation that we just had about the Bewalt Trail, and this is in close proximity, semi-close proximity to that area, but thank you.
Any other questions or comments? If not, I'll entertain a motion to support the acquisition.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move the board vote to support the Conservation Commission acquisition of the property located at 0 Northgate Road in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 40, Section 8C, as presented by the Planning Director.
Second.
Motion made by Mike, seconded by Laura. Any other comments or questions?
how do we express our thanks to Ms. Moore?
Yes.
I think probably after we actually accept the property, we at least send her a nice note.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, she's a lovely lady. She's super sweet.
Excellent.
So thank you very much
Appreciate
for
it.
your
Thank
support.
you.
Thank you. All those in favor?
I was going to say we have to vote. Aye.
Okay, I see that as unanimous in favor. Very good. Lori, thank you
Thank
very,
you.
very much.
Thanks, Lori.
Okay, may I take a...
Next up, we have, is everyone okay if you want to take a quick break? All right, we'll take a 5-minute recess. So the sound was in the recording. Okay.
So
Okay,
just
thank you.
proceed.
Yes, please.
Oh, okay, so I don't have to repeat. So I would like us to reconsider the possibility of using White Cliffs as was proposed by Metro West, working with them. And I just think that a petition, as was reported in the Globe, many signatures were received on a petition, but I don't think a petition substitutes for process. And I think if town meeting approved the acquisition of White Cliffs, it is town meeting that should also review and approve that, that should have been the approving authority for that decision. So just to, give my 2 cents, I think that housing is probably the most remunerative way for us to reuse that property, and it shouldn't be precluded, and there are going to be impacts no matter what we make that space into for neighbors. So thank you so much.
Great. Thanks, Jean.
Thanks, Jean.
Joining us.
Can I just say one more thing about White Cliffs?
Sure, of course.
That I want to give a shout out to Jen Tolman, who went to Weston to get some samples of the makerspace and what you can do out there. She's put a lot of time and energy into that sort of thing, and I think that she's worth having a shout out to. And I want to thank her for doing that.
Great. Yeah, the makerspace idea is a really neat one.
It is fun, yeah.
I'm a big fan of those facilities. We just this past April put some bylaw restrictions as far as where those can be located, so we would need to take a look at that and potentially make some changes if that's the route that we would
Yep.
take.
Okay.
Okay, so now we're into our discussion of draft legislative priorities. Just a few minutes ago, Diane handed out last year's legislative priority letter. To recap, every year we send a letter with our town's legislative priorities to our state legislatures, who we then meet with usually it's March or April, and so the office has begun working on that. Stephanie, I believe you've sent out a letter or a memo to department heads asking for input.
Yes, we have.
Yep, and so this would be the time that if board members have particular items that they want to make sure gets added to that letter, this would be a time to start discussing that. We have 2 more meetings before we finalize that letter. So 2 weeks from tonight, we will discuss it again. We may have a draft letter before us at that point. Not sure yet. Depends on how many things are coming in and what's in motion. Then the following meeting after that would be a letter that we would then approve. And then we are slated to meet with our legislators either February 24th or March 10th. It'll be all 3. Representative Donahue, Representative Kilcoyne, and Senator Kennedy are usually all able to come either in person or remote, as per usual. That would be the time to have a discussion with them. So are there items that that members are interested in particularly adding?
So just one question.
Sure.
Out of last year's letter,
Yeah.
did we get anything?
Let me see. I know we got a couple of earmarks.
Yeah, we got one thing for Assabet Hill. I don't know
I
what it
think,
was.
didn't we pay for that, though?
We got about $10,000 or $20,000
Okay.
for Assabet Hill.
The repair.
And we got a couple of other small earmarks also for other things that weren't on this list, so that dropped off. The fire station building project, in theory, the town has approved it. In theory, we could still ask for money from the state for it. I wouldn't be that optimistic, but we could ask.
I know the Trails Committee had expressed interest, which there were the emails about the aqueduct access. So I don't know if we can put that in, or if
Yeah,
that was in.
yeah, that was, yeah,
Okay,
Yep.
it's already included.
yeah, no, that's already an item that's,
sorry,
I know,
yep.
on the radar.
Okay,
Is having some assistance, not just financial, but working with the MWRA and trying to come up with a good way that they will allow us access to build some sort of a hardtop over the Aqueduct Trail.
Can we piggyback that bike?
Yeah, so that's exactly that.
Okay, it's for
Yeah.
the bikes.
Yeah. Yeah, again, a couple of years ago, when the town asked MWRA, hey, could we pave or put on stone dust on top of the aqueduct trail? And they said no. We want to work with them and find a way to get that to yes. So we may ask for our legislators' assistance with that, in addition to any help that they can provide with grant funding and things like that.
It was interesting with that meeting that Lori and I went to, or the seminar today, because it seems like Mass is starting to relax some of the things that they were absolutely know about. Not just this, but even the 25 mile an hour
Yep.
around town stuff. So I think that there's a good chance. I think we've got new people in
Yep.
and whatever, and I think that would be I'm certainly on board with that one.
Sidewalk repair project is on here. I wonder if we want to try to make that more focused for like the Maple Street project that we've talked about. I would maybe leave that up to Steph to decide, is it better to leave it as open-ended or specific?
Well, I think that's one of our main priorities, so why not?
Yeah.
Maybe.
I mean, I think they would just allocate funding for that, and then we could utilize monies wherever, for instance, Maple, that was brought up before. But yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, they could do it either with, Chapter 90 money, which we could use in any number of ways.
Right.
There could be a statewide sidewalk fund,
Or just an earmark for.
or it could be an earmark for a
Right.
specific project.
Yep.
Almost like an earmark for that specific, because it keeps getting put in the back burner.
Yeah.
And earmarks flow dramatically in terms of size, depending upon what the budget looks like.
And they can be very broad, which is helpful, because sometimes you don't know
Yeah.
what you're getting into when you get into it, and you open up a can of worms, and you gotta, So like economic development, if we put that as an earmark for cost, that would be great to cover, even
Yep.
if it's maintaining for West or for West Main.
So to that point, Steph, page 3, an act creating a municipal and public safety building authority, I think that's still being considered, but I don't know the bill numbers this year. Generally,
Okay.
they like to have the current bill numbers, and
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, all of those are updated now.
Yeah.
that might be getting some traction. That'd be huge for us.
which one did you say? An
For
act?
page 3, the
Yep.
first one,
The for municipal and public safety building. Okay, yep.
Yeah, I think that's something important for the state to eventually do. I know their reluctance is money, that the expectation would be then that would share in the funding. I think there's even significant value in having an agency, even if it does not provide money, so it provides guidance. We are building a fire station now. It would be great if we had the technical assistance and procedural assistance from a state agency that builds all the fire stations, or that is part of building all of them. It would smooth the process and answer some questions, which is a lot of what the MSBA does for schools. I mean, obviously, they provide a great deal of money, but they provide tremendous technical assistance, which makes it so much easier to do those projects. And we get a little bit of that for libraries, but no other municipal project has that kind of guidance from state agencies. So I think I'd love to get the money too. There's value with that. I'm very strongly supportive of continuing to find funding for community media programming. As cable revenue continues to get dissolved, have the state work on ways of providing additional revenue for that. I don't see that happening at the federal level, but I hope the state can help with that.
so that wasn't passed last year?
I don't think so. I will.
No, I
Yeah, I
did.
don't think there was anything substantive that occurred. I know there's no new revenue stream.
No.
So
If
that
anything, we probably have like one more year, and then
it's going to
we have to
start.
start.
It's going to start to look ugly.
I would say the student transportation reimbursements is going to be, would be super important if they actually, got that funding, especially with transportation costs expected to increase,
Yeah.
I think at least 50% for our school district, so.
50 to 80.
Right, depending on the contract, but.
And I can go along with that. Can I make a recommendation, though, is not to have so many things? I mean, realistically, you're not gonna get, the more you put on there, then it thins out the real things that you'd like to see, so how many did we have?
Right, 5 pages worth.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
think
cut
that's-
this back significantly last year from previous years.
Right, yes,
Right,
yeah,
I just
there were a
don't-
lot of them that just stayed year after year after year,
Yeah.
that this is the smaller version.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it looks like we won't, maybe we'll get better with less ask. So-
Yeah, I think some of these are big tickets in terms of they require laws passed, and some of them are more earmarks. And the laws passed, I think it's good to include those that we as a board think are good, because, well, if we're the only one that asks for it, it's not gonna happen. But if every community in, say, our state senate district requested the same thing, well, that's gonna generate.
Well,
some
could we
act.
look into that then and find out whether or not, how many did support it?
Yeah.
They didn't.
So that raises a question. Is there a way that I can access all of the options that, like, because I see that there's laws, or there's acts that are listed here. Is there somewhere that I can see a central list of everything
Yes.
that is on the table, and then look through that and see if there's things that are specific to Northborough that I would like
So,
us to consider supporting?
State legislature, the Mass General Law has a page where you can look at bills that have been filed.
Okay.
The bill
Yeah.
filing deadline is to the end of this week, I think. So, the legislature has a limited window of just the beginning of a 2-year session
Okay,
when legislatures can file legislation
Okay.
and sort of have it be guaranteed the process. So within a few days, there will be hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of bills filed. It
Okay.
becomes hard to look through,
okay,
and some of them will be the same, almost the same thing from, from 2 different state reps, for example.
okay.
But that's a good way to find
I'd like to
things
look
that
through
exist.
that
Yeah.
and see what,
Yeah, I can send you that.
thank you.
Yep,
Oh, can you send it to all of us?
absolutely, yeah.
I think it might be easier to have a discussion on not specifically the funding needs that we have, but if there are bills that I think would be good for us to support, I'd like to have that included.
Yeah.
But I definitely understand where you're coming from to not fill it with unnecessary needs, but
But, so many pages is really,
Yeah, I mean, I think we'd all agree they're necessary, but it's, like, to your
Yeah.
point, it's 5 pages of
Right.
stuff that you just
It
recycle.
is our job to prioritize, so we
Yeah.
can go ahead and say, this is a good idea, but maybe it doesn't rise to the top where we want to ask in this area. Like, there are gonna be some things that are gonna happen anyway. There are gonna be some things that'll never happen. Does it make sense to include them in the letter? Sometimes you can just, when we're meeting with our legislatures, we can say, hey, here's another thing, can you, I know this isn't gonna happen this year, can you continue to work on this? Or, didn't make it in the letter, but, we think it's a good idea.
Yeah,
You can
and
do that
oftentimes they'll
also.
come to you and say, hey, we have some extra money.
Yep, oh, yeah.
that
And they-
really
yes.
Oh, yeah, of course it,
Yeah, they
yeah,
do
it
that.
does. Not a lot, but it does.
Yeah,
So you just have to have your backlist, like,
yeah, they'll say, hey, we have $20,000 available in this category.
right,
okay.
usually it's not more
Would
than
it-
that.
Yeah,
I think that's prudent to do that. I think it's,
yeah.
especially with knowing that what's coming down the pike. It's gonna be less and less.
Yeah,
I can shorten these paragraphs too, like,
I think that's
still
a
keep
good
it in that
idea.
it's important, but we
Yeah, yeah, I mean, they will look at the headline and know exactly what those things are.
seen it before, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, they see it all the time.
Yep,
Like, we don't have to have 2 paragraphs to describe what chapter 90 is.
right.
and I guess the only other big ticket item, and I don't know if this is listed, but we've got a lot of work to do with the dam. We've got the reservoir dam. There was funding for that a couple of years ago. I would like to see if there's funding options for that type of work.
I think,
Oh, like for the SBIT, like to
Well, we've
give,
got, I don't know if it's 14 dams, but the Northborough Reservoir one is the one that's at critical risk, that's very expensive.
the one that's in Shrewsbury?
Yeah,
yeah,
Yeah.
that, we just got an earmark for, I
Yes,
think we got an
part
ear,
of it.
yeah, right, I think it was more on the
engineering
design
stuff?
side, yeah.
but if there's other, dam options, Sorry, that doesn't sound right.
Watch your
DAM.
I'm sorry. But just like, because we do have a lot of them and they've come up regularly, and it turns out that they're a lot more expensive than, than we have money, so.
Yeah.
That's a great idea. Also, last year, we didn't include it because we weren't sure of the bill, but, and I would like to get the police chief's opinion about it, but the traffic cameras, just to see if, he supports, if there's a particular area in town that that they would be useful, and I don't know if there's a bill filed this year. Last year, there was.
You could anticipate that any bill that was filed in the last session that didn't get approved is probably getting filed again.
Well, I did know too, I mean, I like the idea of that and that, but they do have a camera, at least one, maybe two to their, it's like a library where you go in and you write it out and you have it for so much time and then you give it back. They've used it in a few places here in town. But they have to, I guess they have to get it in advance and they have to, I'm not sure all the steps. But, it's a good thing to have. I mean, we have some destruction going on at the, the Assabet Hill Trail that's going there.
Yeah.
And, what better place to put something? I mean, they've done it across the
At
street from your
Pisgah,
house.
yeah.
So I think that would be an important thing to do, just for the fact that, the destruction, number one, is not good. Number two, never getting anybody to stop it is not good. And I think that was it the Cub Scouts? Some scouts that put up the items that are being vandalized, feeling rather, upset about it.
Yeah.
So I think it would be a win-win on that situation.
So did you say that we'll have a couple of meetings to
Yeah.
finalize this list?
Yep. Yeah, well,
So
two more meetings before we have to send it.
Because another category I think that would be important is, cybersecurity and ransomware protection. So I'm sure there's hopefully some
It would-
priorities
yeah.
around that.
We have a grant
Yeah.
right
Yes.
now. Yeah, so we're looking into all of that. David Kane, I actually have that in my report for you guys.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
There's a pretty good state agency that helps substantially with towns. I've
Oh, yeah,
attended
yeah,
some
yeah.
of their meetings,
Yeah.
and
It's
I'm
cyber training
yeah, I'm-
for everyone.
very impressed
Yeah.
with what the state is doing
Yeah.
already for that. But that obviously needs to be kept up.
Yeah.
On the library item, which is on page 3, I think the first of those two did pass last session, or something very similar to that, but the other one did not. I'm sure, when you get something back from the library, you'll
Yeah, I have
Get an
something
update.
from her. We'll
Okay,
update
great.
that.
oppose unfunded mandates. It's always worth asking. Okay.
For the, I don't know how you word this, or, for like the fire station building project, with we're looking at a building committee with Peasley, everything that made that fire station more expensive over the past couple of years, can they roll it all back? Or give us a waiver?
Fix inflation.
Like
Give us a
Walmart.
waiver for,
Yeah.
particularly like when you're talking about a building that as expensive as Peasley's gonna be, some flexibility on some of that stuff.
There's not. I don't know how much the state can do, because most of it's construction costs. And
Right.
that's not state imposed.
Well, I mean, it's sort of the energy uses and conservation, quote unquote, that kind of just makes things more expensive.
Yeah. A lot of that's building code, which is both state and federal.
Right.
Yeah.
But some effort, and just maybe even in general, right? I'm just using that as a
Yeah.
fun example maybe, but, an effort on part of the legislatures, because it would affect not only Northborough, but everybody in the Commonwealth, to do some things to maybe try and curb inflation, make life a little bit cheaper, there are a lot of things that have a lot of good intentions and maybe good policy, but when you run the equation out, it still costs people more money. And there's a lot at all, right? There's a whole bunch of those things. I think some effort by our representatives and our state senator and all the way up to the governor would be appreciated by everybody in the Commonwealth. And I think, recent elections, both, in the Northeast and nationally and everything, kind of bear that out, that even though they were close, they were fairly decisive. And I think part of that was sort of the economic condition that we're all, even though things are in macro very good, when it boils down to the individual, it not always, right? So the macro numbers don't always reflect, everyone, the situation everybody sort of finds themselves in with everything being more expensive.
Yeah.
Prevailing wage, let's get that reduced. I mean, actually, I don't know why it can't be, you could find somebody to go before them and make some sort of try to pass a law. I think, especially with that in mind, where it's just more and more and more and more, you could either do waivers, you could, option of waivers, option of certain projects, but when you're looking at the tax dollar and how much people are spending who are falling by the wayside because they can't do more.
Yeah, I mean, I just know from talking with legislatures over the past 25 years, prevailing wage is here to stay.
Well, they say that, but it could be, but we're not saying take it away from everything. We're just saying to limit it.
There was discussion a couple of years ago, I don't know if either of you remember, about making it so it wouldn't apply to small projects.
Right, well, what's the cap, or maybe raising the cap?
Right.
So 50,000, but, I mean, a small project, what would that be?
Right.
I mean,
Well, since
like, we always have big projects.
Right, big projects is where you
Yeah.
spend the
Even
money.
if they increased it to 100,000, like that would help us with the, like with this design project we just talked
Right,
about.
I mean, you have to
Or,
look at the
God forbid,
reality
I mean, what doesn't cost $1 million?
and because
As far as a municipal
inflation,
project.
right? And inflation has gone up so much, well, this hasn't gone up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's just part of the, every few years they update the procurement
But
limits.
they actually do change their thresholds a
Yep.
lot, so that's why you have to consistently,
Yeah.
keep up with it, but,
Yeah.
yeah.
I like that idea of
But asking them to increase the threshold for
Right.
Prevailing wage, I
Right,
think.
I mean, I don't
could
think
make some
that's
sense.
unrealistic to
not.
make the request, even if
Yeah.
you've heard, oh, we can't do that.
Right.
Well, I want to know why you can't do it. You show me why,
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
yeah,
I agree.
I'm sure
It's-
it's killing a lot of towns, it's not just us.
Oh, of course it is, yeah.
because any legislature that proposes it gets voted out. next
Well,
term.
maybe. I know one that's really for it, but I want to sit her down and say, let's talk.
Yeah. Yeah, so back to Peasley. One thing we could ask for, it's a big ask, is increase the funding to MSBA. As the schools are getting expensive, they have, the bigger share is on the town, is increase the percentage of reimbursement that they provide towns for school projects. I think is a reasonable ask. It's a huge amount of money. It already is a huge amount of money. It's one, when you pay sales tax of 6.25%, 1 penny of that 6.25 goes to school buildings. So it's already a big chunk, but that would be, I think, a good way of helping the towns out with that, because cost of school construction has gone crazy.
And that jogs my memory. I saw a story on the news about a bill to the millionaire's tax that was instituted in Massachusetts. They want to bail out the MBTA with it and not spend the majority of it on education, which I believe is how that was sold.
Right.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, all right.
It would be nice if we could convey, if we were in agreement,
Yeah.
that funding maybe would be better served for education rather than to bail out the
Right, I agree with
MBTA.
that.
Because schools affect the whole state, and
Right.
MBTA affects,
Only goes as far as west as Worcester, right?
Right. I like
and
that.
less as you get.
Right, yeah, there's only one, yeah.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Not that I don't support mass transit and think we should have a robust one in this state.
Does anyone think of any other item that they want to include now and start discussing now? We can email, before our next meeting, email Steph any
sounds
other
reasonable.
ideas for things that we might want to include, and we will have another discussion about it at our next meeting.
I'd like that,
Yes.
if we can continue this.
Yeah, definitely will.
I appreciate it.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And, yeah, I mean, I don't know whether it makes sense before next time or otherwise, but, revise the format of the letter a little bit, just to simplify it, would probably be a good idea. Next up, discussion regarding new fencing of DPW highway garage facility and update on brush drop-off. So we had a reasonable amount of public comment and questions about some changes taking place at the DPW, and I think, was it you that emailed, that asked for it to be on the agenda? So we wanted to make sure to discuss it, and I know you
sure.
included a memo. Do you want to just walk us through that?
Yeah, sure. So basically, a fence is just to protect our investments. We have a very costly generator, we have trailers, we have pieces of equipment, the road flagging equipment, everything. And never mind the fact, we've had people from out of town, landscapers come and dump their brush, and it costs us a lot right now to be able to dispose of it. So that would help both our assets, and it would help for illegal drop off of brush. But we are going to continue to provide access on Saturdays during the spring and fall, and of course, still allow the residents, when they're in operation, to come and drop off their brush, except in like major storms where they're zipping around the lot, and of course, nobody would be out anyway dropping brush, so that's, yeah. But other than that, we're good. And Scott, in his DPW capital, he's proposing $100,000 for the design of a yard waste composting facility, which will require permitting through Mass DEP. And if the project is approved at town meeting, it will be reasonable to consider implementing a program such as a bumper sticker system at the time. But we just want to make sure that our residents aren't being charged twice for a brush drop-off through, because already it's in their taxes for the amount of.
So this would be a facility where it would be composted?
Yes, correct.
So would we be dropping it off at that same place, or would we be dropping it at the DPW and
So
the
there's
DPW moving it?
I believe there's a lot next to where they are, so they'd have to actually get it permitted, because you have to have probably like an impervious barrier and adequate drainage, and, making sure that everything stays on site. And that's another thing, like even our street sweepings have to be separate from brush drop-off because they're considered hazardous waste. So there's a whole process to it. So right now we pay a consultant to actually, separate and take away our compost, well, essentially our brush. And this would alleviate the cost of hiring out somebody to do it, and we would be maintaining it ourselves. And then I forget who it was. I think it was Doug Stone, a resident, brought up the bumpers, the sticker on cars to make sure that the person's a resident and da-da-da. And that's typically how towns charge for.
Transfer stations
Yeah,
and things
transfer
like that.
stations.
Yeah.
But that's why we of course didn't want to double charge our residents, so.
Yeah. Speaking of Doug, he just raised his electronic handle. Doug, I'll recognize you in a minute. I imagine we'll hear from Scott Charpentier when we get a little further, and to talk about that capital project and talk about the funding and things like that. One other item that the public uses the DPW yard for is to pick up salt and sand. Residents have the ability
absolutely,
to
yes.
do that. So
Yep, definitely.
This fence would also contain that area, correct? So that would.
Yeah, it would. So same thing. During operating hours, come in, get what you need, and, yeah.
It might be, I don't remember how much property there is in front or even to the side of that, because storms happen when storms happen. There, at least one nonprofit in town, the Northborough Rotary Club, which I'm a part of, we offer a service to seniors where a senior can call the senior center and say, hey, I need some salt or sand for my driveway. And we will go and pick it up at the DPW. We have buckets, and then we bring it to that homeowner and we leave it there. And we wouldn't always be able to do that during
Yeah,
DPW,
just-
during normal
just
hours. we'd have
prepare,
to-
you know,
yeah,
when
we'd
we
have-
hear about a
We'd at least
storm,
have to,
yeah.
have to think about that. That's just another
Right.
aspect of this that would potentially place some limitations. Lisa?
Couple questions.
Sure.
To your point, I didn't think we had sand anymore. Do we have sand? I thought that we were
It's a
just using
salt-sand mix
salt.
is
Yeah,
what
they
I'm,
mix it.
yeah.
It's a
well,
mix?
It's a mix. There may be others too, but that's the one that I get.
Yeah, it makes sense. I
Yeah.
mean, all salt is not necessarily a good thing, especially for the road conditions and dog walking and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So there's a couple of things that are going on. First off, I'm concerned about this design for yard waste composting facility. With some of this, I'm assuming, because it's the first time this has come up, that the money that we spend to remove what we remove, those two bins, we're trying to eliminate that cost by creating a composting pile or whatever. And there have been situations where this composting creates an odor, and a very strong odor. And you have a elementary school that's attached or abutting this facility. And I know from Westboro, when I was working there, living there and on the boards there with the wastewater treatment plant, that there was huge problems about odors, huge. They
For
built a
brush? I mean, I know we had the food compost odors, but
Well, yes, after a fashion, there is.
Grass, ooh.
is it? Okay.
Yeah, 'cause think about when you have flowers that you were given as a gift, and at the end of their life, you go to throw out the water.
Yeah, those do smell.
They smell bad.
I think, yeah, I know Scott is on the Zoom, he has actually raised his
Oh.
hand. My suggestion is we wait until that's an agenda item,
Right, yeah.
which it will be.
I mean, this could be
to
a
talk-
whole
Yeah, to talk
conversation.
Yeah.
in detail about that.
Scott's probably yelling at me right now, like, Steph, what are you talking about?
But I mean, I really think, yes, I think we need to do that, but we need to look at other aspects of it before we're just, yes, that's a great idea. And so I wouldn't mind another
Yeah.
discussion on it, but I would really think that we need to talk about it.
Yeah, we're not being asked to approve that project tonight. It's there informational that the
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
DPW is thinking about doing this.
Yep.
And then we will have the proper discussions about it. I'm going to go ahead and recognize Scott to address anything that has come up. And then Doug, I haven't forgotten about you. Scott, if you could unmute, identify yourself. Well, yeah, we know who you are.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Scott.
Scott Charpentier, Public Works Director. Just a couple points of clarification. A composting facility where leaves and brush are processed and composted would not be proposed at the current highway garage location. It would have to be elsewhere in town for a variety of reasons. One, what Lisa mentioned, there are odor and vectors to be worried about. And there is absolutely nowhere near the space needed at the highway garage. We have 7,500 square feet for those materials, and that is not adequate for processing of compost. And Mr. Chairman, we are aware of the salt and sand mix for access by residents, and I've been discussing that with our highway superintendent in a way to get that outside of the gates, but in a mechanism that's safe for residents to pull off of Route 20, so it's not problematic for them during inclement weather. The question about mixing sand and salt, we're not allowed to use sand anymore on the roadways. DEP doesn't allow that. It has to be all salt. But we do allow the mix for residents because it does provide a bit of aggregate and texture for slip resistance, especially when the temperatures go like below 17 degrees when salt is no longer activated.
Thanks, Scott.
Good to know. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
So I guess the question is, the design of a yard waste and compost facility is not going to be at the DPW.
Correct. Don't listen to me.
Again, we'll hear about that when it comes up, because I don't know anything more than what's
I
happening.
think I did, we'll have to rewind the tape. I think I said I think. I don't know.
You're just kidding.
Yeah.
You were just-
It's being proposed by the DPW, it doesn't mean it's going to be at the DPW.
I'm just
All
saying,
right,
like, oh, it's another place, okay.
if everyone's okay, we have public comment from Doug Stone. I'd like to bring him in. Doug, if you could identify yourself and let us know what's on your mind.
Hi, Doug Stone, and just two questions, I guess. First of all, why the present operation for brush and grass and leaves drop off isn't working? And then secondly, with the fence going up, it's good to know we still have access as residents. And I didn't realize that we had a problem with non-residents, although it's such a high-profile location, I can't imagine why people wouldn't notice it. But the question is, so how is that going to help discourage non-residents? What is this fencing going to help with that situation with the non-residents?
Well, after hours it will.
Yeah.
And that's when I believe they have had the illegal drop-offs.
How did you know that they were from out of town?
Probably shouldn't discuss it in open session. But I don't know.
About those cameras, Julianne?
Yeah.
All right, Doug, those are your questions, then we'll try to move along. Scott may be able to provide some information.
That answers my second question. My first question was why the present operation isn't working. It seems to be working. And Scott had mentioned we couldn't keep it there for more than a year, but we've been collecting it, I think he says, every 6 months. So just, wondered why this isn't working.
No, it's working fine. It's just that we want to make sure that, we're protecting our town assets at the same time because we store a lot on that site. And nothing's really changing. It's every Saturday, spring and fall, as well as during working hours, so.
So, I mean, why would we need another site to dispose of
Oh, I'm
that?
sorry. I'm sorry.
Do you want me to bring Scott back in? He has his hand up, so we can volunteer him for that. All right, Doug, I'm going to move you off of the call and then bring Scott back in. Thank you, Doug.
Thank you. Okay.
Go. Hello again, Scott.
Oh, thank you. So the current operations do work. The cost to remove and dispose of the brush and leaf debris has escalated substantially over the past few years. I think the FY25 number is just north of $150,000 to get rid of leaves and brush. That's for both cycles, the December and the July removal. The illegal dumping of brush is just one of the pieces. Steph touched on the security of the facility, which is critical. And gates will help with that. The other piece is illegal dumping of debris and residential trash. There really isn't a Monday morning that we go to the garage and we don't find furniture, cabinets, mattresses, what have you, behind the garage, over by the dumpsters. All that goes in our roll-off. We have to pay to get it disposed of. When someone inappropriately places plastic or wood in the metal-only dumpster, which our solid waste collection company provides for free because they can recycle the metal, that entire load gets contaminated. So now we have to pay per ton to dispose of that. So it's more than just leaves and brush. I've been to the garage. I work different hours at town hall than the highway garage does. I go by there periodically in the afternoon to do business, and I've seen landscape trucks pull up. I've confronted them myself. They know. No cars in the parking lot. It's open for dumping. So there are not a lot of DPW yards that are not secured that have this amount of materials outside and provide these services. So as Steph indicated, we're not reducing the service to the residents. We're just securing our facility, which I believe is in the best interest of them.
But actually, aren't we reducing the hours? Because maybe I shouldn't have been doing it, but like on a Thursday afternoon at 5 or 6 o'clock, if I had bags to bring, I could just go in and do that. But now I won't be able to. The fence will go up at 4 o'clock?
No, the gates will close at 3:30. It's posted as 8 to 2, excepting yard waste. 8 o'clock gives the crews time to get in and around the yard and get out of there safely before residents arrive. 2 o'clock, we close at 3:30. It gives the crews time to get back, clean their equipment, service their equipment, and put it away. So if you're showing up at 4 to 5 o'clock in the afternoon on a weekday, you're not supposed to be there dumping.
But you can
I do
hurl it
che- I
over
do
the
check
fence.
driver's licenses when I go by there and I see that.
Only mattresses.
Yeah, only,
There's a catapult that's
Yeah.
really being built on
I
the
hope
other
Scott
side.
didn't hear us.
Well, it's true what Julianne says. I mean, I use it to take away my yard waste, and I have to take it in small doses because I'm not big enough to carry a lot. So I go Saturday, Sunday, whenever it's,
And I always see people there.
yeah. They're not, I mean, not a lot. I usually see 1 or 2 trucks. Or,
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
trucks, but, you know, man.
Yeah, I think this is
Man
a
trucks.
maybe not a legal reduction in service, but a practical reduction in service.
And I completely understand, and I wasn't even aware of the dumping of stuff that shouldn't be dumped there. And I do agree that we have to, protect our assets, but I think the information needs to be given out to the people in town.
Residents.
So that they.
yeah, we will do that, most definitely.
Can we bring it to town meeting and let them vote on it?
No.
Yeah,
I especially, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but especially if we do have storms come up, is the gate now being locked? Has that started?
No.
Okay.
It's not there
Right,
yet.
So
Scott?
people need,
The gates are not installed yet. They're probably 6 weeks out. It takes a long time to manufacture them. They have been ordered. We do own them when they arrive. And when they are installed, they will be operational, and they will be closed and locked off hours.
okay.
And are these gates are manual, correct?
No,
Why not?
no, they're motor operated.
Well, why would you have to do that? Do you have that at the water department?
No,
Why do we have to have motorized ones here? Isn't it more
the
expensive?
water department does not provide fuel for our emergency services. The
Okay.
fuel island is behind the gates. Police and fire and EMS get their fuel at this location. So it's a bit different than the water garage.
So in
Nobody
an
goes to the water
emergency,
garage
like,
other than DPW employees.
Yeah.
Don't have to get out, right?
yeah.
That open.
yeah, they would
Do
have
we-
the ability
do
to
we-
just
What's the
open.
cost difference? Just,
We had
Was never discussed.
$150,000 in the capital item.
say again?
It was a capital.
Say again, I'm sorry, Scott, I couldn't hear.
I'm sorry, we had $150,000 in the capital item. This has been presented to the Financial Planning Committee. The past 3 years, it's appeared in the capital plan for 4, I believe, but we presented it in the past 3. We tend not to go into the out years too much in those meetings. And I want to say the cost is about half of that. It's in the $75,000 to $80,000 range. We were able to save quite a bit of money by DPW providing a lot of the services. We're doing all the excavation, cutting all the asphalt. We've done all the layout, served as a general contractor for it. So we're trying to get things done that are manageable within the budget without having to go to capital.
Thank you.
Any other questions on this item?
I assume, to a certain extent, cameras may have been considered and aren't a viable option because people will still steal on camera. But I was just wondering, Scott, was fencing or gating in conjunction with cameras considered at all, or?
We have we have stickers out that identify that they are on camera, and they are. There are cameras located across the street, the police station on the cell tower. They can observe illegal dumping there, but it's very similar to elsewhere where you see cameras. You see somebody pulling in a blue Civic and they throw a mattress out the back, and if you don't get the plate, you don't get anything.
Right.
It just doesn't. It's easy if it's an entrance and an exit. You can see exactly who it is. But if it's an open area like that, it's hard to capture a plate. I've talked to the police department about that, and it's not a very viable solution here.
Okay.
I agree with the decisions that were made. I am at the same time a little concerned about the practical reduction in the access to, particularly on Sundays and later in the afternoons, when that's the time that's easiest for a lot of residents. I know we can't come up with a quick solution to that, but I don't know if there's some thought at some point of figuring out some way to have somebody there as a volunteer, or somebody that's already doing something else on a Sunday that can do it there to just monitor that facility to some extent so people can bring in their brush.
And it would be open, what would be the Saturday hours? I'm sorry, Julianne.
Go ahead.
What were the Saturday hours during fall and
Scott, are
spring?
you on still?
Yes, Saturday would be 8 to noon. On most Saturdays, we'll be working from 7 to noon. So I prefer the residents to show up a little after our opening time, so they're not running in with their vehicles while we're running out with our equipment.
Yeah.
Get up early and rake.
Every Saturday.
It's tough. Yeah, you might do it for several hours on a Saturday and want to bring it over in the afternoon. And then you wouldn't be able to do it.
Scott, is there any way of this electronic gate being accessible from like your smartphone?
No, it's it's not a fob system. It's a coded system, similar to a 4-digit code opening a house or something like that. So we'll know who goes in and when.
Yeah.
This is not I live in the town of Grafton. Our dump area is open on Saturday mornings from 8 to noon. They have a senior work off. They sit at the entrance. They check the little sticker we have, and in we go and out we go. You want to show up at 1 in the afternoon, you're not going in. You want to show up on a Wednesday, you're not going in. It's Saturday, 8 to noon, unlocked and then locked. That's not uncommon for many facilities.
Yeah, if we have to have it monitored, I mean, maybe a senior work-off program is a way to do that. Just have somebody monitor the facility. I know we're not going to be able to solve that problem right away.
Yeah, we can
I just
definitely
recognize that
discuss
when
it
this
more.
gets locked,
Yeah.
people will perceive it as being a dramatic reduction in the hours that this is
Absolutely,
available. Even if they weren't supposed to be dropping it off at 6:30 on a Thursday.
Yeah,
People were and thought it was fine.
Yeah.
So
Before COVID, the only time we had available was brush days on Saturdays in the spring and the fall. There was no weekday disposal. When COVID occurred, we did not want large groups of people congregating together on Saturday mornings to dump their leaves and brush. So we opened it up during the week and said, come on in during the week, maintain safe distance. And like people have said before, once the toothpaste is out of the tube, here we are. So now we want to drop off leaves at midnight on a Wednesday.
What have you seen, Scott?
On the cameras. I just want to make one quick statement. This is a big change for a lot of residents. A lot of residents have all been asking about, why is there a fence? Why is there a fence? It would have been nicer to have some advance notice that this was going to be happening. Even though you may have gone to financial planning, the general public was not aware that this was going to happen. And even though it's for the good of the product, the residents are going to be, they're already,
well, change is hard, I know, yeah.
so.
But we will fully advertise and make sure we get the word out, so everybody is under
Advisement.
advisement, thank you, yep.
All right, anything else on this item? Scott, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Next up, Town Administrator Goals discussion and possible vote. So at our last meeting, we discussed goals that Steph had distributed. That is also in our packet.
And I also took any suggestion that any of you gave me and summarized it in this memo. So,
Is that the newest dated one today?
yes, it's dated today, correct.
Updated one here. Where, in the packet, I think it's the same one
No, it's
as,
the ones that,
oh, okay, so it's on the
So
table.
it says, town administrator goals
TA
through
goals, yeah.
June 30th,
Okay.
June 13th.
Okay,
It looks like this.
okay.
I read this earlier, I think, excellent.
Oh, good, well, then kudos to you all.
Yay.
So this is an expansion from the
So-
one from last time?
Yes,
I want
because
to make
in
sure
the-
you're okay with this.
Yes,
because
I
we have-
am. I'm okay with it. Yes, so at our last meeting, you said, send Stephanie
Yep.
your suggestions, and by all means, if you don't see a specific suggestion, but I'm gonna tell you, it's in here. Might be written differently, but.
So I think a lot of lease fees that Lisa gave to us are somehow incorporated
They're
into
all
the-
in here, every single one of them, yep.
Where's the blighted property?
It's, let's see, boo-doo-doo-doo.
Oh,
Oh,
municipal
number two,
property.
yeah, municipal properties, yes.
Okay.
I mean, I kind of buzzed through all these. On the DOT creating that relationship about the downtown lights and such.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that something we could do with, no, I'm trying to think of the legislators could have with that, but no. I mean, we've had so many years of people complaining that it just, the timing of the lights is inconsistent for trying to drive through at one.
So Scott explained a lot of the issue is the pedestrians hitting the thing, and then it takes like a couple of times to
They don't
recycle.
work. You can't even cross. It's like,
Right.
There's a
Yeah.
lot
It has to
wrong.
be done.
They have to come and they have to, have to sit down and find out what it is instead of hearing every excuse.
Yeah.
They built it. I mean, I have to say, when you're coming out of Hudson Street, right
Yeah.
next to Cumbies, you're out. That light sees you, you're out. You don't have to wait.
Yes, yeah.
So what's happening is if you're sitting on 20 heading west, you wait there. Then you move up and you wait at the next one, at South Street. Then you move up and you wait at Church Street, which there are times when there's nobody coming in any
Yeah.
other direction.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So
Yeah.
there's got to be something that they should come out and whether, do a whole study on it, because we have heard, I mean, this has been going on since they probably started.
Okay.
So it's not just a yesterday thing, and it's true. We go downtown, try to walkability, you can't.
you can't.
Right.
You're stuck.
You're stuck. You either have to, I mean, we've walked, we went all the way down to go to the Common at the gas station and
Wow.
crossed. Because it was, at least you could cross over Church Street. But trying to cross over 20?
I know, it's
It's a
like they
gamble.
have to do like a major reset or something, but, yeah.
But as I say, it works at the Cumbie, at Hudson Street, so why can't it work at the other ones?
Yeah.
And if you recall, at our economic summit, that was a remark that Carrie Salwa made, was when she and Amy were walking downtown, they
Must have been at one that's broken.
Well,
Basically,
they're
they
broken.
said they waited like 3 light cycles before they could cross.
Yeah.
Something, that would be because I cross certainly not all of the crosswalks that are there and use all of the buttons. Those that I use are very responsive. But there have been a couple of times in the past where I could tell something wasn't working because it didn't beep or yell at you or anything like that when I pressed the button.
or
And
they're
I-
beeping all the time.
Right, yeah.
I've seen that
Yes,
too.
and I would let the DPW know, they would relay that to the state, and the state would come down and fix it. But it's hard for us, I don't know how often they test them. It's hard to know.
Yeah.
And it's even harder to know because it's outside of the town's hands.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, I mean, we've asked and asked, and all we've ever gotten is,
Yeah,
yeah, we
Yeah.
did it.
yeah. So maybe we could say, hey, when was the last time you did a full test of all of the lights and all of the crosswalk signals?
Yep, okay, I will.
that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Back to the goals list. I mean, I love all of the items on here. The intent of this is to set goals that we would then evaluate you in just a few months.
Yep.
Some of these, I don't know how we would do that. I mean, revitalize town-owned properties, and it lists about, we're not gonna have those revitalized in 3 months.
No.
But-
And with items like that, you also have to be open-minded enough that I don't make the call on all of this either. It's our community, it's you people, so I'm not just gonna say, oh, hey, guys, by the way, I have 4 West Main filled.
Sure,
And
yeah,
then,
but I would, if this is a goal, I would expect that there would be a plan in place, a proposal from you in place to evaluate against this.
She's
yeah.
already
Yes.
started
Okay.
some
But,
already.
well,
Yeah.
no, that's fine, but
Yeah.
for instance, even with White Cliffs, the suggestions that I gave you people, you
Yeah.
might say, no,
Yeah.
I don't like any of those, so, but I still gave suggestions.
Right. No,
and I'm
we moved
shopping
that
around and-
forward. So
yeah.
it-
And I'm
yeah.
meeting with people. So those are the things I think as a board you'd have to look at. Is she reaching out to people? Is she meeting with people? Is she,
Mm-hmm.
keeping updated on economic drives and, so.
I think this is a very cohesive list, and I
Yeah.
agree. My concern is it's a lot, but I also appreciate that it's going to cover a lot of really important work that we want to accomplish with you.
Right.
But I do think with the short window, being flexible
Mm-hmm.
on the measurement, I mean, the most important, I think, is a successful town meeting. That's
Oh, yes.
critical for all of us.
It's a tough year because I have the 5 unions for collective bargaining. We have the town meeting at the same time. But this is ongoing.
I know, I agree.
And yeah, as long as you're open-minded enough, of course, in 3 months, we're not going to solve the world's problems.
Right.
But
And part of this is also to get this board started on the process of doing the annual evaluation, which is not something the board has done.
Right.
I'm not sure if ever.
Ever?
Right.
Certainly not as, a
you
lot
have, yeah.
longer than any of us have been on the board. That we need to do that. And this size makes that hard. We can, if you're okay committing to it, we're okay doing it.
It almost.
yeah, I mean,
yeah,
no, go ahead.
No, it kind of seems like this is more annual goal, and sort
It
of the
is.
other one was maybe more.
And can I tell you
Actionable
why
till June 30th.
I am fine with putting everything on? Because every day I deal with something different. If something pops up and somebody, like for instance, the person that's interested in White Cliffs, yeah, I'm going to jump on it. So it's not like I'm like, nope, that is not part of my goal. You need to go away.
Yeah.
So, yeah, all of this stuff is done on a daily basis. So it's not,
It just becomes, I think, harder
Harder
to do
to-
the evaluation.
Right.
That's part of it.
Yeah. I
Usually, these goals are a concrete set of 5 to 10 items.
But in this
it's-
industry,
it-
it's so broad, and there's
Yeah.
so much going on
Yes.
that it's hard for me to be like, oh, no, only focus on this.
Right,
because-
and those are goals, just like you have goals in your job that you get reviewed against. Anyone who has a regular job is familiar with that process. That doesn't mean you only do those things. Those are specific things that you are expected to really particularly focus on and then get measured against at
Yes,
the end
yeah.
of the year. So it's like a lot of these things I see as being, they're part of your job and you've got to do them. And the earlier one, I think, was more in line with what I see in private industry and more in line with what I've seen in the past with evaluations. More in line with what I see. I think our school committee does an amazing job with their superintendent review process, which is more similar to the original version, but in more detail, with details broken down within each. And my hope is that we move more towards something like that. I worry that in 3 or 4 months when we do the evaluation, we'll have a hard time with this. We can start wherever we want and see where we end up.
I don't agree with that. You've already gotten onboarding and relationship building down.
But I also think this is a good benchmark for all of us.
Yeah.
And we're all going to be responsible for supporting you in these efforts, and I think it'll help keep us focused on where we're prioritizing your time. So I think when we get to that process where we're going to go through the evaluation, I think we take that into consideration. We probably have to grade ourselves with the same,
Right.
meter that, and I think it's good to have such a broad base to work from when we are coming at this together.
The next step, assuming that we approve this or whatever we approve, is then we need to agree upon an evaluation form. I would ask you, I know the ICMA, I believe, has a form
Yeah.
that we should agree upon with staff and evaluation process and criteria in advance of the actual evaluation. So that would be, what does it look like and what does the process look like? I mean, there's a pretty standard process that boards use, but the form can run the gamut. I think at least a good starting point is the ICMA has one that is for people like you, Might as well start with that and see if that works.
Is that,
That'd be another discussion.
It would be another discussion,
but
correct?
so with the ICMA form, having these goals, which are really broad, per what Mitch said, I haven't
I
seen the
know,
ICMA.
I haven't
Yeah.
seen it.
That's my concern,
yeah.
like, maybe,
We have to evaluate somehow, and if that form doesn't work, we come up with a different one.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
fine.
I don't want to create a situation where you're going to get measured on things that we knew that you wouldn't be able to accomplish in 3 months, but I don't want that to negatively affect you either.
Right, yeah.
Right, you can also put like a caveat in that, if you want to put a limitation, but I think we have to look at different options for the evaluation and not just take a standard off
Yeah.
the rack. Because this hasn't been done in a long time in Northborough.
I know, and I think I
It
would have,
has, actually.
When? With John?
Absolutely.
John?
Would get regular evaluation.
But it was a few years ago. But
It was probably before COVID, right? Or-
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think it was before COVID.
That's
think he
probably-
did one.
That's when everything ended, yeah.
Yeah,
you did one.
yeah. But he didn't have a list. I mean, his goals that he listed were 3 goals that he put on the annual meeting all the time. And one of which was your work.
The cover of the book.
Cover the book. Thank you, Diane. I just got the award again. 10
My
years now.
award-winning.
Again, doesn't make sense to look towards the past, but look towards what we want to do going forward.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
very comprehensive, and it's
Yeah.
not uncommon to have a few goals, like, for instance, if I was here prior to the fire station being
Yeah.
built, like, work on that,
Yeah.
that's your goal, and this is a project, but, yeah,
Yeah,
so.
yeah, my expectation would be that next year we put some specific items on there.
Yeah,
you know,
right.
So that it isn't the same set of goals every year.
Right.
It's,
Right.
that's your job, is the
Yeah.
same thing every year, but here are the 5 to 10 board priorities that we want you to specifically focus on. And, yeah, it would be, the Peasley project might be
Correct.
makes
Yeah.
sense, because that's gonna take a lot of your time to do, and we wanna make sure that that
Yeah.
gets done right. We could put in a goal of, reduce taxes by 10%, I'm dreaming, and, whatever, we can put in any of those things, and,
there you go.
those are sort of big items, big important items that take a lot to work on, that aren't necessarily part of just day in, day out. And that's usually how towns do that. I know the MMA does goal-setting workshops and some recommendations on, they probably have webinars, if we want to look at that in advance of the
It's usually
evaluation
project,
process.
I wanted to take all of the suggestions and
Yeah,
put them in a memo.
Okay.
Which I did. If you want from here to pick out a few, like, under topics, then you can do
I think
that,
we need,
but-
I think we need to set the goals, and so that, because we're going to be evaluating you,
Right.
it seems like any day now.
I know.
So I think, if you're okay with this, I'm okay with it.
Yep,
And
that's-
then we do that, but maybe pay some more thought in advance of setting the goals for next year. And part of that, the evaluation will help us determine, is this a workable set of goals?
Yeah.
Or not?
Yep.
Learn from that, okay. If we're okay with it, I will entertain a motion.
Thanks for letting me have this motion. Mr. Chair, I move the board vote to approve the town administrator goals as presented.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Laura, seconded by Julianne. Any other discussion? All those in favor,
Aye.
say.
Aye.
I see that as unanimous in favor. Congratulations and thank you and good luck.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have reports. We start at that end of the table. Mike, any reports tonight?
No, I don't have any reports, no.
Okay, Lisa, any reports tonight?
I got plenty of reports. I'll make up for yours that you didn't get. All right, so today I attended the transportation grants, as Lori and I have discussed, MassDOT and Mass Trails Funding Opportunities webinar hosted by the MMA. The main speaker, Kristen I mistyped her name. It's Rebelo, I believe, at Mass DOT, noted the local bottleneck grant that includes rotary consideration. A link will be made available next week for additional information at the Grand Central, where those in attendance will be put on a mailing list. Guidebooks for this and Chapter 90 funds, along with other guidebooks, will be on this list. The webinar had 200 attendees today. So I did send out, I got the link, and I think it would be great to, I'm going to get some of the guidebooks that they have, because we have so little back reference of what they actually are doing. And this, like I said, was a really good indication that they are looking to get more active. And the questions that were asked were, it was just a different feeling when I was watching this over sometimes when you've done a DOT situation where it's like, we're not going to do this. So I think we could, even with the bottleneck grant with Rotaries, I know, let's say Berlin has a couple, and it might be usable. Like, we don't talk about it often, but even with the intersection of Maple Street and Brigham Street and Stratton Way and East Main Street, that a Rotary could probably help in that area as opposed to just a stoplight. And so there's more movement to do Rotaries rather than stoplights for a number of reasons. You know, the air pollution and time and accidents. I'm sure that, unfortunately, a lot of people who don't like Rotaries because they don't know what to do, it's a learning experience. But well, maybe we could send them to Europe and let them see what they do over there. But I do think I thought it was a great meeting, and I was happy to attend. I also attended the open meeting law seminar and discussed items such as quorum numbers and what was required to hold a meeting. I contacted the Attorney General's office to clarify some of the discrepancies that have happened in Northborough. I'm kind of surprised that we talk about the quorum and how many people you need in a quorum. And last year's, I'm pretty sure last year's financial planning group may not have had their quorum. And that's, you know, you're making, without a quorum, you're meeting, and without a quorum, you're going to town meeting and you're making recommendations, and you don't have your full board. And I think that was, you know, they've certainly fixed it, you know, with a lot of arm twisting and saying, please volunteer, but it's important. And I think that that's something that I wanted to get more information on. We had our second snowstorm of the season. But neither had an appreciable amount of white stuff. So I'd like to have an announcement made to the residents regarding winter snow and ice removal on the streets plowed by our DPW. If you haven't done it already, this would be the announcement. Please remove basketball hoops from the side of roads and cul-de-sacs. Do not place trash barrels and recycling bins in the road, but if they are scheduled for pickup, please secure them from being knocked over by the snow. Put up snow stakes to flag your lawn if no current one exists, or no current sticks exist. And there's a winter parking ban on vehicles in the road. The DPW cannot do their jobs quickly and efficiently without the cooperation of the public. I was asked by a couple of people to make an announcement of that nature, or to have it so that it's, I don't know, it's too long to put on the letters, the colored, what are they, the light letters? But maybe, you know, there's a winter parking ban. It might be as simple as putting that out with the trailer. Because when the trucks are going up and down the road,
Yep.
and I don't know which roads are worse than others, but I'm sure there's some that are probably more. I don't see 20 as being a problem, because I don't think anybody parks on 20. But
Yeah,
for the
so-
side
yeah,
streets that are
They
plowed.
take care of all of the announcements through the, isn't it the code reverse 911?
I don't know that we've done that. Yeah, we've
For
talked about doing
storms?
something with that,
Oh,
but
I
I
thought
don't
they
think.
did. Okay. Okay.
No, not yet.
I like that idea. We talked once or twice about doing something with Code Red to get that in.
I know. We just have to be very careful because then people are like, oh, whatever, and it's supposed to be meant for emergencies.
You might need to have two, Code Red and Reverse 911, and then people sign up for
Well,
it.
it's kind of the same. They're I
No,
know.
I always thought they were kind of the same, but then we got comments when we used it for town meetings saying, I thought this was for emergencies only.
Yeah, we have two categories within our Code Red system.
Okay.
For general announcements and for emergencies only. And every time we do a general announcement, there are a couple of people that say, oh, I thought this was for emergency only. And we say, oh, here's where you can go onto the website and check the checkbox.
Right.
To only get them. We could also do email only, whether it be through the town's email list or through that Code Red system. You can do, email and text announcements that aren't phone calls, maybe not as disruptive or as worrying. But it may make sense to,
My concern, people, I just don't want them to ignore things, like, oh,
right.
that's another.
You start to get too many of them, yes.
Yeah.
Or, maybe if there is a storm that is anticipated, that is substantial, the night before that storm,
Yeah.
for example, maybe that's a time to do an announcement. As a reminder, we're expecting snow. It will be easier for us to clear the roads if you do this and this and this and this.
Right.
Something like that makes some sense.
Okay. Next Monday is January 20th, Martin Luther King Day. He was assassinated on April 4th, 1968. We should all recognize his contribution with the observance of the federal holiday in the United States. So I don't know if diversity is planning to do anything, if they...
I know there's a regional organization that has a Martin Luther King Day event every year at the Westboro High School.
Yes, Westboro, I think,
I'll be
does a
attending
big-
that, as I did in prior years.
So it's on Monday,
Yes.
and it's Westboro High School?
It's at Westboro High School. Give me just a minute. I'll tell you what time. I think it's noon. No, 4 p.m., 4 to 6 p.m. WestboroConnects.org, but is the website for it. But it involves a number of organizations that cross town borders.
Yeah. I did hear about that, and I think it's a great,
It's a
great
the one I've
event.
attended in the past was really good.
Yeah, so I would,
Good speakers and some good activities.
okay,
take place there.
recommend that. Okay, almost done. Sadly, one of our middle school teachers passed away unexpectedly, Ellen Bombard. I would like to extend our deepest sympathies to her family. And we do have a card going out. And lastly, I'm going to talk about something that will get people worried. I've had a lot of people continue to contact me about the reorganization of our officers. And I think we need to end it by having a vote. So on the September 9th meeting minutes, under the organization chair, vice chair, clerk, let's see, I can read the 4 paragraphs or just the last paragraph. Member Hirsch asked for the confirmation as to when this would be postponed to. Chair Corrin replied indefinitely, but by law, it has to come up at the first meeting after an election. If anyone wants to bring this up earlier, they can bring it up under the new future agenda items at any time. So I am asking to bring it up next meeting, under this, so we can discuss it.
Okay, we'll discuss it at our next meeting.
Next meeting, thank you.
Okay.
And that ends my reports.
Okay. Julianne?
I have no report.
Okay. Laura, any reports?
Just 2 quick things. We have several vacancies on committees. The elderly and disabled
Taxation.
beneficent, I'm sorry.
Benevolent?
I'm so sorry.
It's all right.
The elderly.
They need applicants.
Yes. No, you don't.
And there's several boards with vacancies. I'm sorry, I can't remember the name at this hour. And then I attended the menorah lighting, which was hosted, and I appreciate the community affairs putting all the efforts. It was, I think, the most attended one I've seen so far. So thanks to everyone that came. And I hope everybody had a happy holiday.
Okay.
That's
That
it.
concludes
Thank
your
you.
reports.
Yep.
Thank you. In addition to some items that were mentioned earlier, the Peasley Building Committee had our 3rd meeting a few days ago, and we are on hold right now for the next couple of months pending the MSBA's Board of Directors meeting, I think at the end of February, where we anticipate we are asking to formally be invited into the feasibility phase. The earlier phase was kind of a pre-feasibility that they invited us into. We anticipate that will go well. We've done all of the paperwork that is necessary and taken all of the actions necessary in advance of that. Town meeting funded feasibility last April, so the funding is in place for that. So I anticipate that once we meet again in March, we'll begin the process of feasibility for the Peasley project. And there are a couple of different ways that will go, but the first step is we have to hire by law an owner's project manager, and then after that we hire an architect. We do the owner's project manager ourselves, and then we work with MSBA for selection of a designer or architect. So I'll keep the board updated as far as that goes. The electricity aggregation approval process continues. Our consultant expects the state, the Department of Public Utilities, to approve our proposal in the next 4 to 6 weeks. Then that generates a lot of activity and bidding and public input and things like that. But unfortunately, it's still going to take another 4 months after the TPU approves it before town residents can take advantage of the lower aggregation rates. We will move, I'm sure, as quickly as legally possible and practically possible to go through that process. Diane has been the staff key point person on this, and she'll keep the board updated as that goes along. And lastly, next week and next weekend is the annual Mass Municipal Association Conference, which has a different name this year, Connect 351. They decided to rebrand it and have it at a different location this year. I will be attending. I don't know, are there any other board members that will be attending?
Where is it going to be?
In Boston.
Still in Boston.
Yeah, still in Boston, just in the
Yeah, I'll
Seaport
be-
area instead of the Hines.
Attending.
Okay, great. Look forward to seeing you there. Any other board members able to go?
Sorry.
So I think there are a couple of staff members. Excellent, good. Look forward to seeing you there. I would encourage board members to, in future years, if you can't go this year, seriously think about going. It's really a good conference. It's a tremendous opportunity, not just for the sessions that they have there, but for tremendous networking and ability to just chat with board members and town administrators and other municipal officers in other communities at the lunches, and meet vendors and get all sorts of ideas. It is something I've attended every year I've been on a select board, and will continue to do so. It's really worthwhile. And that ends my report.
Can I ask you a couple of questions?
Sure. Yep, and then I'll ask Steph and Di
Okay,
for any reports.
just to reiterate the second one, I think, the one that talked about the aggregate,
Yeah,
just for public
sure.
consumption. It's 4 months from when?
4 months from when the Department of Public Utilities approves our plan. So that is anticipated to be in another 4 to 6 weeks. So we're probably looking at, around 5 months, 5.5 months from now.
All right.
So air conditioning season.
Yeah.
I know, right?
Yep, look at it on the bright side. Yeah, it's taken 2.5, 3 years, but at least it'll happen then.
And do they set, is it the set of the rate? Is that what's going on?
It
Or is
goes
it
out to
something
bid.
else?
So they approved the plan that we proposed back, I don't know, a year ago, whenever it
Yeah,
was.
February.
That the board approved a plan. They have to approve, it came back for a revision when the state said we wanted all plans to look the same. We approved that. It went back, and that all towns look the same plan is the one that we anticipate that they will approve in a few weeks. Then then we can start to do some work. We can't do any of the work to put that plan to use until then, and one of those steps is going out to bid to get the best rate we can.
Okay. And then at that point, I know I've had a few people ask me about that, where you had 3 choices.
Yep.
Did we decide yet on what the choices were, or that was still up in the air until we got the money?
No, because
money price?
we will have 3 options. We'll choose the lowest of the bids, and then people will choose between the 3 that they choose. We will choose which of those 3 is the default for the first year. At that point, once we have the costs in front of us.
And so after the first year, what happens?
After,
You said your default for the first year.
for the first year, and then I believe we can, in theory, change that default annually.
Oh, cool.
Okay.
I believe I asked that question, that's what he said, but he'll be
we
coming
have it.
back before us, before this process is through.
Okay, thanks. I just thought
Okay.
the public would be,
Great. Okay, Stephanie, any reports tonight?
Yeah, sure. Let's see. We have been diligently preparing for the fiscal year '26 budget season, collaborating with department heads to review their operating and capital needs. This Tuesday, January 14th, marks our first financial planning committee meeting, and we're optimistic about a smooth and productive process. All departments are requested to submit their warrant articles by the week of February 3rd to ensure readiness for review by you all on February 24th. In addition to budget preparations, we're actively engaged in collective bargaining negotiations with 5 unions. DPW, we're scheduled to meet with Ty and Bond regarding a capital planning study for stormwater management. The purpose of this meeting is to review the project scope, understand the deliverables, and gather additional information to better address Northborough stormwater funding needs. Health and Human Services Department, with support from administration team, has successfully hired a full-time social worker. This position will serve as a vital resource for the town and its residents. In other news, Daniel Yee, Project and Research Assistant for the Mass Municipal Association, has informed us that Southborough was selected as a winner in the MMA's Municipal Innovation Contest. The award-winning project, featuring the Greater Boroughs Partnership for Health, collaboration among Southborough, Westborough, Northborough, and Boylston, will be recognized at the upcoming MMA Connect 351 annual conference.
Could you tell us what it was?
Huh?
Could you tell us what it was?
What do you mean?
What he got the award.
Well, so it's the Greater Borough, so it's their health initiatives, and so they love regionalization, so they work together a lot, all of the boroughs, and they're
so
excited.
We're involved in that. It's run out of the Southborough Town Hall.
Okay.
But they do work hand in hand with social work, with, initiatives with all of our epidemiology, and, there's a ton of different things that they do together, and it helps keep costs down, of course.
Good. Thank you.
Treasurer Collector's Office, the 2025 Quarter 3 actual tax bills were mailed out December 26. The Treasurer Collector's Office has been handling a high volume of inquiries regarding these bills. They're busy. MIS-GIS, the town has been awarded $23,500 through a municipal local cybersecurity grant program from the Commonwealth's Office of Grants and Research. These funds will be used to develop a cybersecurity incident response plan for Northborough. The grant will cover all expenses up to the award amount, allowing the town to work with a state-approved cybersecurity vendor. The initiative will include staff training, tabletop testing, exercises, and collaboration with key departments such as police, fire, DPW, and town hall to form an incident response team. This project follows a recent cybersecurity assessment that identified the need for an incident response plan as high priority. The Senior Center, the assistant town administrator, and I had the pleasure of attending a delightful New Year's Eve brunch at the Senior Center. The event was well attended, and although it wasn't midnight, attendees enjoyed a festive countdown, complete with a mocktail toast. Kudos to everyone involved for organizing such a wonderful celebration. Schools, the Peasley School Building Committee took place, as Mitch was saying, on January 7th and ended with a tour of the building. Tonight, January 13th, there is a joint special open meeting that will be held virtually beginning at 6:30 to discuss the transportation bid results review. Meet and greets, I had the opportunity to meet Karen Chapman of the Chamber, and I also met John Campbell, who was here tonight, and Norm Corbin, and we toured White Cliffs. Yeah, that's about it.
Great, thank you, Stephanie.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Nice.
Diane, any reports tonight?
No report this evening.
Okay. Moving along, future agenda items. Is there anything that anyone would like to put on a future agenda? Julianne?
So, I attended that meeting with WRTA. Can we get some kind of update with that, and how it's going to affect Northborough? And
Yeah, so they finalized their recommendations, and they had a meeting where they presented those. It was a Zoom meeting. I attended and participated in that. It was early December, I think.
Yeah, I think it was early December. It was before the holidays, yeah.
Yeah. So this was the recommendation technically to WRTA from their consultant, and that's who we met. That's who was at the library at the meeting that we attended. And their recommendation, so there's the VIA system, which they talked about at that meeting, which is kind of like an Uber system where you use an app on your phone and call a driver, but it's a fixed cost of $2. And it's within an area that does not include much of Northborough right now. And they are proposing adding a substantial amount of Northborough to that. They're really completely restructuring the way that all works. It'll be downtown, the library, and everything else, through Northborough Crossing, and cover a good part of town. Not all of the town. It wouldn't go all the way up to the senior center, for example, but they're including in that route the MBTA stop in Westborough, as well as Solomon Pond Mall, not for the purpose of shopping, although that's nice, but that is then the interconnection into the Metro West public transportation system. So you would be able to take a $2 VIA ride to get then to a doctor appointment, say in Framingham, through that system. I thought it was a pretty good proposal. It needs to get approved by the WRTA. They need to figure out the funding and things like that. But the anticipation their anticipation is that there wouldn't be any tax hit to the town of Northborough. Not necessarily ever, but at least for now. So we are assessed money from the state. Currently every year, it's called an MBTA assessment. We can use that assessment money instead of simply sending it back to the state. We can use it to pay for this type of a service. And that is likely what the funding source would be. So there wouldn't be any additional tax payment. We would just be using it. Instead of really sending it back to the state for no purpose, we'd actually be using it for something that would benefit residents. They had a phase 2 that they were talking about that would expand primarily the hours, the somewhat limited hours that the VIA system has. And the expansion would cost some money, and we would probably have to then contribute hard money towards that.
So at that point, we have input into whether we want to expand or not.
Yes, and they would have to go to town meeting for funding approval and everything like that. So I haven't heard anything new since then. I don't know whether we would get the communication or you would get the communication.
They typically reach out, and of course, Lori Connors is usually informed first, I think, and then she will send it our way.
Yeah, I think they were hoping to implement this, within the next few months. There were a number of, I've never used the VIA service because it doesn't come to most of Northborough, as I said. But I have met a number of people that use it from Southborough and Westborough, and for the most part, they really like it, other than the limited hours.
Yeah.
And there were a number of people on those calls that were big fans, with some constructive criticism here and there.
Right.
I think it's, they did not see that Northborough or Westborough or Shrewsbury were viable for like regular route big buses or anything like that. I don't think anyone really thought that we would have the number of passengers to justify that expense.
So these are individual cars that take people?
Yeah, it's individual cars with it's run. I don't know whether the individuals own it or the WRTA or VIA owns it. That part I'm not sure about. But they're for the most part they're regular passenger cars with drivers. If you've ever taken an Uber or a Lyft, sounds like the exact same thing, except it's $2.
Now, and would they, because I didn't see the seminar, with what we have for the buses that are at the senior center and they're from?
This isn't changing at all. This is a completely different system.
It's adding to it, so
Correct.
people have more opportunity to.
Yeah, so that is specifically for seniors for pre-planned transportation.
Okay.
This is
For everybody.
right now I need a ride to Wegmans.
Okay.
Pull up your phone, boop 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 boop, and that car comes and gets you.
All right.
And anybody can use it.
Correct.
Is there a way that we can talk about it? Like, again, it's a good idea with the agenda item, because what you just said tonight, people may have already gone to sleep, but I think it's important, again, to kind of let some of that information come out a little earlier than, okay, it's here now, we're going to do this.
Well, again, this was the recommendation from the consultant to WRTA, and then it goes through a process. When they are ready to start to actually make it happen,
Right.
yeah, we would be part of that process.
Right, but I mean, at least,
I only know about it because I attended a meeting.
yeah. But is there some way that you can make a little talk
I
about that,
can-
the next
Sure.
meeting?
Sure,
Okay.
yeah.
Is this-
Just- Okay. Any other future agenda items?
Just the one we already talked about?
Okay. Public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to make a comment, either in person or remotely? If you could raise your electronic hands. Doug Stone. Hi, Doug.
Hi. Good job, everybody. Just a couple of quick things here. I wondered if, I'd like to suggest that we have a tour of the White Cliffs open to the public for 1 or 2 sessions, because we're going to be asked to spend another chunk of money on it. And secondly, I did have the pleasure of attending the Peasley School when it opened. We moved over from the wooden 2-story Hudson Street building when that was ready. And then I attended there for a few years. And then they built the Lincoln Street School, and I attended that when that opened. And the town did a smart thing back then. They just used the same design of the Peasley School to build the Lincoln Street School. So that's the question: can we save on the architectural fees and just build the same addition?
Yep, that'll be something that I am certain will be a discussion at a Peasley Building Committee meeting. Yeah, we have to hire the project manager first. We have to hire an architect. And then we go through the process of looking at that. But when we got our tour of the current Peasley School, I would say at our prior meeting, we actually met at Lincoln and got a tour of that and saw old and versus new areas, and saw obviously only the old at Peasley. So there are some big questions about capacity and grade configuration and things like that that will come into the discussions. But if the conclusion is we will, continue with the same needs that Lincoln has now, it certainly makes sense to take a look at, can we repurpose what we already have at Lincoln? It is hard to save architectural fees because everything needs to be designed specifically, and codes are different than they were when Lincoln was rebuilt and everything else. There is a program that I went through once with the MSBA called the Model School Program, where if you can base your new school or new construction project off of an existing one and show that it meets your needs and everything else, they will give you some additional reimbursement. When I went through that with an elementary school a number of years ago, they only did that for new construction, not for renovation expansions. There are complicated rules within the MSBA reimbursement process, and you get better bang for your buck from the state if you build new than you do if you renovate. And if that is still true with the model school program, I don't anticipate that we'd be able to get additional reimbursement for that. But all good questions, and yes, that'll be unquestionably part of the discussion.
I thought that Lincoln Street had to renovate because they had already taken money for the roof. And if they didn't do that, they would have had to pay the money back that they got for the roof to be done. I heard that from one of the people on that committee.
I wasn't here when that project was approved, so
It's from one of the people in the committee.
If the roof was put on just a few years prior,
I don't know what the timeline was, but I know that they would have had to pay it back, which is why they renovated and didn't build all new.
yeah, as I said, I wasn't here then, so I don't know. I know there is not a new roof on Peasley.
I think there is.
Proctor has a new roof.
Yeah, Peasley has a blue metal roof.
Yeah.
That's not old.
All right. Well, thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments from the public? Going once, going twice. Public comment is closed. Any other business to come before the board?
Can I just ask? This was in our packet.
100-year
For the
celebration.
Marlborough Chamber of Commerce, but there's no number to RSVP to. And the link doesn't work. I
So
can't
were
make
were
it,
you
though.
invited to this?
We were
in your
invited.
packet?
I think
Their,
this is
like,
an
100th
invitation, but I'm
anniversary.
not sure.
Maybe,
Yeah, join us for the Taste of Marlborough.
Is the town a member of the Marlborough Chamber?
No.
I didn't think so. Okay. Well,
I'm not
good,
sure why that's in there.
good information. It was on on the table.
No, I had it in my packet.
Yeah, me too.
No, it was in my bin, in my mailbox.
Oh, in the mailbox.
oh, okay,
Yeah.
yeah, all right.
Okay.
Well,
If nothing else, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
so moved.
Second.
Motion made by Julianne, seconded by Lisa to adjourn. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Good night, everybody. Adjourned 10:42 PM.
Maybe